Good afternoon and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor and I'm Chairman of the Planning Committee here at Fenland. I'd now like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and those press in attendance and those who are watching the live stream of this meeting via the YouTube. Whilst this meeting is being held publicly in a COVID-19 secure manner, it's also being streamed again by YouTube. Minutes of the meeting will be produced in the usual way and a recording of the meeting will be available to view on YouTube until such time that the minutes are produced. Please be aware that the only audio from the microphones will be captured on the live stream. Therefore, those invited to speak need to ensure their microphones are on and when speaking are as close to the member as possible. To enable the meeting to run in an orderly manner, can all present keep their microphones off except when invited to speak. Please ensure that the microphone is turned off when you finish speaking. I would also ask that everyone ensures their mobile phones are silent or even turned off for the duration of the meeting. Please be aware that the cameras will be on us at all time during the meeting. There's always a risk that we may run into technical problems, and I would like to ask for your patience if we do so. Should this occur, an adjournment will be declared until the fault is addressed and the public broadcast will be then paused. With regard to the meeting, I must ask members of the public to refrain from interrupting. The only members of the public allowed to speak are those who requested to do so. Applause or shouting during the meeting cannot be tolerated. I know the decisions made here are very important to you, but I must ask you not to interfere. As chairman, I will suspend the meeting if this protocol is not respected. Anyone who speaks must do in a respectful and polite manner. It is right there is meaningful discussion about the merits of applications, but I will not allow inappropriate language or personal attacks on councillors and their beliefs, on members of the public, or indeed in officers' professional advice. So with that, bearing then all that in mind, we'll now go to agenda number 1, which I'd like to ask member services if we had any apologies for absence. So over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've had apologies from Councillor Purser and Councillor Miscandlin is substituting for him.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Miscandlin. So we'll now go to agenda number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes of the previous meeting on February the 9th, 2022. You'll also see at agenda item 15, there is a need to confirm and sign the confidential minutes from February the 19th, 2022. That's the confidential minutes as well, just to reconfirm. And unless anyone has any comments to make on the confidential minutes, I suggest that we agree them at this point without the need to go into confidential session. So does anyone have any comments to make on the confidential minutes? No. So I'll also say now, has anybody got any comments to make on the public minutes of the 9th of February? No, so look, so I'm just going to look for a proposer for the 2. So Councillor Scolding, you're proposing them. Councillor Miscandlin, you're seconding. So those minutes are set in stone. Thank you very much, and I'll sign those when we get to. So now, so can we just have a show of hands, just for the record? So that's unanimous, and thank you very much for that. So now we'll go to agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There are none. However, agenda item number 5 will be considered last. That's the last application. And agenda number 8, of course, has been withdrawn. So now we'll quickly move on to agenda item 4, which is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn. And can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any of the agenda items here discussed this afternoon? So thank you. Over to you, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, I attend Chatteris Town Council and I usually attend the planning meetings as well. The only item that this would influence in any way is agenda item 6. And I wasn't there at that planning meeting when that was discussed, and I've got nothing else to disclose today. Thank you.
Councillor Connor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a member of March 10 Council. I take no part in any planning matters whatsoever. And I've also been lobbied on the Lord's Lane application. Thank you.
Councillor Cornwall.
No, nothing, Chairman. And in fact, I will be leaving at 3 o'clock anyway. So anything that comes up after that, I won't be involved with.
Councillor Mrs Davis.
Nothing relative to this agenda, but I have been lobbied on item 13.
Councillor Mrs French.
Yep, same as councillor Davis, been lobbied on item 13.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. On item number 5, the company is known to me as a director. I'm the director of a company that deals with them, so I believe I shouldn't sit and give any or vote on that one. On item 12, the family is actually known to me again on a business footing. I do attend also Mainey Parish Council, who have given their views. So again, I believe I shouldn't sit on that one as well. However, I would have supported the application, and I've been lobbied on number 13.
Councillor Mrs Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'm a member of Whittlesey Town Council. I sit on their planning committee. There are 2 items on the agenda. Agenda item 5, that decision was made by the ward councillor. I wasn't involved in any decision making on that item. And agenda item 10, I was not in attendance at the planning meeting on that day due to convalescence from surgery. So I feel I can actually be involved in the discussion on both of those items. Thank you. I've also been lobbied on agenda item 13. Thank you.
Councillor Murphy.
Yes, thank you very much. I attend Shepherd's Town Council but take no part in the planning matters, and I've also been lobbied on item 13.
Councillor Scolding.
Good afternoon. I am a member of March Town Council but do not take any part in the planning. Thank you.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Elaine. I've also been lobbied on 13, and I think I heard you say, Chairman, that number 8's been withdrawn.
Yes, Councillor.
Right,
Correct.
so that's not an issue then. Agenda item 11. As probably all aware, my nephew is the agent on there. I also know the applicants very well, and obviously not in the last 2 years, but I have socialised with them, and I also sit on another committee with one of those members. So I feel that to protect both the applicants and myself from any accusation of bias, that I should sit out on that one. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Topgood.
Yeah, like everybody else, I've been lobbied on item 30.
And Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you very much. Agenda items 5 and 10. I'm the chairman of planning at Whittlesey Town Council. I will take no part in the discussions, but I concur with their decisions at Whittlesey Town Council. And I haven't been lobbied on agenda item 13.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine, for that. Thank you, members, for your honesty. Now we'll go to the main part of the meeting, the planning applications. Just to remind members, a proposal to grant or refuse an application should only be made when invited to do so. And if going against officer recommendation, the proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll hand over now to David Rowan. He's the development manager here at Fenland, to present agenda item number 6, their linked applications. The first one being F/YR21/1015F and FY21/1017 LB. So David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You indicated we've got 2 applications making up agenda item 6, an application for planning permission and an application for listed building consent. The application site sits the west of London Road in Chatteris, as you can see on the screen indicated in the red line on both the aerial photo and the location plan. It forms the frontage to the former Travis Perkins site. which has planning permission in itself to be redeveloped for residential purposes for 6 new build dwellings and the conversion of number 22 London Road back to residential purposes. The site's within a predominantly residential area and also is within the Chatteris Conservation Area. The building immediately to the north, number 22 London Road, is Grade 2 listed, and the coach house, which is the subject of this application, is a curtilage building to this and is therefore also listed. Hence the application for listed building consent. To the south of the application site, number 24, is also a Grade 2 listed building. Just draw members' attention to the fact that a very similar scheme to convert and extend the building to residential use was refused previously in 2019. And then I'm sure most members will recall that last year, a further application to demolish the building and to erect a new dwelling on the site was refused by planning committee. Unfortunately, rather faint drawing, but the existing elevations of the building are shown. The upper left image is the one sort of facing into the site. The lower left is the elevation fronting onto London Road. As you can see, it's predominantly a single-storey building with a 2-storey element at the end. Within the single-storey part of the building are sort of original barrel vaulted ceilings, which are considered to be a particularly significant historic feature of the building. And the current ground floor plan is just shown for members' information, showing the layout, how the building is configured internally. The proposed site plan is now shown on screen. It's proposed to convert the building to residential use, involving also extension to the rear and raising the roof height. We'll move on to the roof height shortly, but you can see the extension coming out to the rear, the single-storey link out to a carport, which was previously approved as part of the wider residential scheme. Access to the development would be via the existing access point serving the wider site. There is an element of land to the south, which is not included within the application site. This is just shown in the kind of the blue area. The purpose of this is to create a buffer to a side window to number 24, which formed a reason for refusal on the previous application. You can also see that there's an area of garden to be created to the rear of the building as well. Proposed elevations are shown on screen now. It's proposed to raise the ridge height of the single-storey element by approximately 900 millimetres to enable the first floor to be created. This would be served by roof lights which face into the site, and these are shown on the lower image. Both the upper and lower images show the somewhat visually awkward junction created between the existing 2-storey element and the sort of the enlarged roof area over the single-storey element. The upper image does also show part of the end gable, which is to be rebuilt as part of the proposals. The middle image shows the single-storey extension proposed and the link to the previously approved carport in a bit more detail. We've got here further details of the proposal shown. The lower image sort of shows the carport as a whole as part of the wider connection to the block. The upper right image, and it's not entirely clear, but this does show a section through the building showing the insertion of the first floor. This image also shows the outline of the barrel vaulted ceiling to be removed, and then also does indicate the kind of attempt to replicate this in one element of the building. Should point out that these plans are included within the plan pack as part of the application documentation. Here we've got a view of the proposed ground floor. Excuse me. Just showing again how it is to be configured. Again, in red at the end there, you've got a view of the gable, which is to be rebuilt. Then moving on to the first floor. again, the end gable to be rebuilt. At the right hand of that image, we've got 2 bedrooms are to be created in the existing first floor element, and then the sort of the new first floor, kind of immediately at the side of that, proposes a bathroom, walk-in cupboard, and a study. Clearly, the insertion of that first floor results in the loss of that barrel vaulted ceiling at ground floor level. At the left-hand end of that image, a void is proposed over the ground floor, which would see sort of an attempt to replicate a barrel vaulted ceiling created there. However, it's perhaps more evident on that section that I referred to earlier. This is considered to be sort of quite a poor and almost token attempt to replicate that ceiling arrangement. Just to move on to some photos of the building to refresh members' memories. The upper left image shows a view looking south down London Road, showing the site access, the northern gable of the building, which is the one that's proposed to be rebuilt, and then number 24 London Road beyond that. The upper right image shows that sort of reverse view looking north up London Road, and then the lower image shows the rear elevation from within the site. And finally, we've just got a couple of historic images shown to give sort of a little bit of historic context to the building, and also particularly with the right-hand image, just to show a little bit the relationship between the building in question and the principal listed building number 22. So to summarise, the principle of the conversion to residential, and indeed an element of extension, is accepted. However, the scale of the alterations proposed with this particular scheme, the loss of the significant feature of the barrel vaulted ceiling, is considered to amount to less than substantial harm to the heritage asset, reducing the subservience of the building to the principal listed building. This level of harm is not considered to be outweighed by the public benefit arising from this development as set out within the MPPF. It is considered that there is no material change since the previous refusals for a similar scheme in 2019. The applications are therefore considered to be contrary to the relevant policies of the local plan, the requirements of the MPPF, and to approve the applications could be seen as indicative of a failure in law in terms of considering the necessary preservation of the listed building. Consequently, the recommendation is to refuse both applications as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, David. We have one set of speakers on this application. I would like to invite Kate Wood, she's the agent, and Richard Donahue, he's a heritage consultant, to make their presentations to committee. As there are 2 applications, they're obviously tandem applications, as I said before, you have 10 minutes between you. So thank you very much. So obviously start when you feel able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, members. Many of you will recall that we've been to this committee before regarding the most appropriate way to deal with this building. You may recall that in 2019, we proposed a conversion of this building to a dwelling. A similar scheme to the current application was refused on the grounds of loss of internal heritage assets, and that the external changes to the building would have harmed the significance of the application building and number 22 and the wider conservation area. The main external change was the raising of the single-storey element of the roof, along with a single-storey rear extension. Internally, concerns were raised about the vaulted ceilings and the staircase. Following that refusal, we applied to replace the building with a new dwelling, also refused, but we took comfort from your planning committee's debate regarding that application, whereby it was made clear to us that finding some way to retain the existing building was a preference of members. As a result, we've submitted this current application and have made some changes since that previous refusal of the conversion proposals in order to overcome concerns that were raised. In particular, we've not raised the height of the single-storey part of the roof as much as previously, although it is barely noticeable as a change to the existing height, and have also retained more of the internal features of the building. Additionally, we've provided a viability assessment to justify the need for the building to be converted to a 3-bed dwelling rather than 1 or 2 bedrooms. It's still unviable,
but we accept that there is a responsibility to the building, and the development of the wider scheme relies on this building's future being clear. We're confident that the building will remain subservient to its parent dwelling at number 22 and will retain its heritage, character and appearance for future generations. The question for members to consider is whether this proposal has sufficiently overcome the previous reasons for refusal for the conversion of the building. I would hope that the physical changes we've made to the design, along with the justification set out in the viability assessment, will be considered sufficient. We're keen to get started on the wider site of which this building is part in order to provide a pleasant residential development, which will include securing this building for the future as a public benefit to Chatteris. I now hand over to the applicant's heritage advisor, Richard Donoghue, and we will be happy to answer any queries afterwards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thanks for allowing me to talk. At your last committee meeting, you asked us to come back to you with a revised scheme. We've done that, and there are things that we can agree on. I think we all agree that the building was constructed in the 1870s, and if you think about that, most of our towns were constructed with terraced houses around about the 1870s, 1880s. So Cambridge, Norwich, Peterborough, Leicester, the expansion of all those towns was with terraced houses built around that period. We all agree that this building was much altered in the 1920s when a new roof was put on and the plaster ceilings added. We also know that at this time the big sliding doors at the back were also inserted. So we have a building from 1870 which has been altered again. And later still, the north gable was demolished to give a bit more space for vehicles to be accessing the site, and it was rebuilt in very poor quality flattened bricks. We also agree that much of the work done to this building and the listed building is of pretty average quality in terms of its conception and craftsmanship. I'm now going to tell you what I think we disagree on. We disagree on the status of the building. Your conservation staff have described this as a high status building. We simply think it's a 19th century building built for agricultural storage purposes. It's got mass-produced cast iron windows, which you can see on buildings in most railway stations, and inside the roof trusses of the two-storey section produced in factories from Baltic pine. We also disagree on the principles for conversion of the scheme. We believe it makes a very good 3-bedroom unit. Conservation staff are fairly insistent that it's a 1-bedroom unit. We also are in disagreement on the amount of fabric that can be reasonably retained, and in particular, what remains of a barrel vaulted ceiling where there's no plaster and the laths you can crumple in your hands. Taking all these points in turn, it is really fundamental that a 3-bedroom scheme is approved. Even as a 3-bedroom scheme, no money will be made out of this. And if you recall, we talked to Cambridge Historic Buildings Trust, who said they couldn't take the building on, firstly, because they didn't think it was sufficient architectural quality for their schemes, and secondly, because from their point of view, as a charity, the project would still not be viable. We've submitted to you independent valuation assessments which demonstrate the costings, and those have been corroborated by your planning obligations officer. So within Fenland District Council, we are pretty much agreed there is no profit in this project. Taking the raising of the roof, in the consultations to this application, the Ancient Monument Society stated, and I'm quoting, raising the roof level of the single-storey section to create habitable roof space and access the 2-storey section appears reasonable within the context of the adjoining listed house and other buildings in the conservation area. The consultation goes on to say it would introduce a suitable new use to this redundant building and create a characterful and interesting new home that would sustain the curtilage heritage asset and enhance the character of the conservation area. I'm going to show you two parts that were submitted, things that were submitted with the application. This is London Road as existing, and somewhere in your pack is a graphic representation of the scheme. I'm very happy to pass them round. I challenge you to find criticism of the scheme. Shall I pass them round, or are they part of your pack?
Yeah, that's excellent. Members can look at those and make their own minds up, of course.
Can I just wind up by saying that this development isn't by one of the big developers. It's a local company based in Peterborough who's been happy to, I guess as developers do, take a chance and invest in Chatteris and other small towns. The big boys, Barrett, Wimpy and so forth, would not take on this project. We've for 5 years tried very many different approaches, sought more and more detailed information, and spent a considerable amount of time and money to bring forward a project to you that we believe looks good and is viable. We're absolutely sure that as a district council, you want local developers to invest in your towns, Chatteris, Wisbech, Whittlesea. And so we're asking you to really give this application serious consideration. From my point of view, surely the public benefit is to be able to see this building and the adjoining listed building properly restored, and together with the 6 new dwellings which have been approved on the builder's yard, to be able to provide 8 new homes in Chatteris town sector. To me, there's a massive public benefit in that, and we ask you to bear that in mind. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Right, thank you very much. So invite members, you can still look at the drawings and illustrations, but I'd just like to invite members to put questions either to Ms. Wood or Mr. Donahue. If you'd like to ask a question, please can you raise your hand and indicate who you would like to address the question to. So, Councillor Miss Scanlon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the pictures. It would have probably been an advantage if you had produced a computer generated picture of the development as you would like to see it. I think that would have been advantageous, because that doesn't really tell us anything about what is being developed. It tells us what's there.
Does show what the developer or the development will look like, the smaller of the 2 pictures.
Right, thank you. There's comments, Councillor Scanlon. Councillor Marks.
Mr. Donahue, we had the last one via Zoom, and then there was an on-site meeting where we all went. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend. Has the vaulted ceiling actually deteriorated in the last 2 years, do you know?
There's actually 3 ceilings.
Right.
The first one is vaulted parity, and that's the one here is the effect. It has plaster and it has lath, and it's capable of restoration, and we're committed to doing that. The second one is what I'd call an attic shaped ceiling. So there's 2 sides and a flat top. Again, that has plaster. It is possible to restore it, and again, we're committed to doing that. The third ceiling never has had any plaster on it whatsoever since our client acquired the building, and the lath you can crumble in your hands. And with the very best will in the world, it's very difficult to restore a plaster ceiling that isn't there. But we have proposed to insert another barrel vaulted ceiling in its place is a little bit higher up. On the plaster ceilings overall, they're held up by the roof like this. The roof is in poor condition and, to be honest, was a bit of a bodge job at the time. Part of our proposals are to construct another roof just over the top of it, so we can anchor the existing roof and the ceilings to the new roof, and therefore everything will be stable. As things stand, it's not possible to stabilize the ceiling to an unstable structure. And we did seek independent advice from a plaster specialist in coming to those conclusions.
Okay, thank you.
Can't see any more questions. I'd just like to ask one really. I'm really pleased to hear that you're going to keep the two ceilings and you're going to specialist plaster, isn't it? This is not going to come back here again, where if it does get passed this afternoon to say, oh well, we couldn't do this. You're going to make a 150% promise to these councillors in this chamber that those two ceilings will be saved. Or
I've been doing building conservation now for longer than I care to remember. I've assessed the ceilings and they are restorable. Obviously, it's another cost into the building, but that's included in the developer's understanding of it. We won't be coming back to you, no.
Right, I'm obviously not doubting your intent whatsoever, obviously, but we do hear some tales on this committee where they come back and say, I'm sorry, we couldn't do that. And I just want someone to take in that if that is the case, and it does get passed here today, we're not going to see you two guys back.
Providing we can construct a structure to anchor the existing structure to, in other words, another roof just on top of the roof that's there, it will work.
I'm sure you've done your homework there. Thanks very much. Members, any more?
Yeah, just one question. If this gets approval today, what sort of timescales are you looking at for starting the work and completing the whole site? I'm a Chatteris councillor, so I noticed you've had workmen in there and you started clearing the site and it's looking better already. But what sort of timescales will you be to finish the whole project with the bungalows that have already been passed and the conversion of this this building?
That stood vacant for 4 or 5 longer years and actually does need looking after. So I think the answer is ASAP.
Yeah, please carry on. Yeah.
I mean, I went in that building when it was owned by Travis Perkins. I think it was 2014 they moved. And to be truthful, it was derelict then. I mean, all it was stored was toilets, copper plate, radiators. It was just a store shed. And when we did the site visits there before the previous application, it was in such a bad state of repair, we couldn't even go inside to look at it because it was considered too dangerous for us to go in and have a look. I mean, has there been any work done to stabilise the building? And also, where would you go from here if this isn't passed today? Where would you go? What would you look to do?
We've sort of reached almost the end of the line, and I say at the last committee you said come back to us with a scheme, and we have done our utmost. As I say, for us the two bottom lines are I can sit here in front of you and say completely honest, this scheme will lose money as a 3-bedroom unit, and that for the reasons I've explained, if we're going to take on the scheme, there has to be a method which a structural engineer can prove to secure the building as it stands. If If those two things don't fall into place today, I'm really not sure where we're going to go.
I think we'll be coming to you as a council to ask for grant money to help out with.
Good luck with that one.
Well, exactly.
The thing is, these schemes, there are so many public buildings or so many buildings throughout Fenland that are in such a poor state of repair, they're falling down, and it's because of lack of money.
Yeah.
And a lot of these schemes do not work without grant money. Fenland District Council has got some that it's responsible for, and we can't get the grant money, so I don't know where you'd be getting grant money from. So, you know, to me, it is a positive development. This is something that will clear this up and do something with the building. But, you know, I look at it, I can see you're going to lose money on this, whatever you do with it, short of just board it up and leave it. And I really can't see that, you know, what else could you do? It doesn't stack up in any other way. And as a Chatteris councillor, I don't want to see this another derelict building in Chatteris. So, you know, I'm very interested to where would you go if this doesn't work today, because it will just end up being another blot on the landscape of Chatteris, and we're trying our best to turn this around and, you know, bring buildings back into use, but it all comes back to money, and I know you will lose money on this.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any questions? Any more questions? Any more? No. Thank you very much for answering members' questions as honestly as you can. We appreciate that, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite members to put questions to officers. We do have a conservation officer in attendance. That's Claire Fiddler. For you members who don't know her, if you wish to ask a question of her, if you would like to ask a question, please can you raise your hand and specify who you would like to speak to. So, Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I have a question on paragraph 1.5, where it deals with a conflict of relevant policies, and I think what he's saying is if we approved this, then we would probably be failing under some statutory responsibilities that we actually have. Is there anything else? I mean, if we did approve this today, does it mean that the authority is at risk of being prosecuted or whatever under the different pieces of these legislations that are referred to, or what?
Firstly, Richard L. Solicitor has indicated that he got some answers for that one, Councillor Gorm. So if you'd allow him to do so, thank you.
So the obligations which the committee and the council is subject to are set out within the report, and they are essentially to pay special regard to the desirability of preserving and enhancing the listed building. So the obligation is for you to actively demonstrate that you have given careful consideration to this building. If any party subsequently was concerned about any decision that you may take, if it could be shown that you had not discharged those duties, then that would potentially render the decision unsafe from a legality perspective, and therefore potentially susceptible to judicial review challenge. However, so long as you very carefully consider the merits of this application, and in particular the impact upon this listed building and its setting, then that ought not to be a problem in the future.
Would you like to come back on that, Councillor Cornwall?
I would indeed. So if we consider that the future of the building is, say, vulnerable, and that the scheme put forward is acceptable to us to protect relevant parts of that building, then we can take that without risk of being challenged.
Please, if you'd like to answer that. Thank you.
The position is that the matter of weight of all these competing considerations is largely one for the members of the committee. But these duties require you to actively and carefully consider these listed building features and its setting. And so you need to weigh up the competing utility and importance of those factors.
Any members, we're still not in questions to officers, although Richard's kindly asked Councillor Cornwall's questions. Anybody else got any? Councillor Marks, who you're going to ask your question to, please.
If you could go to Claire, please.
Claire, thank you.
Is that this vaulted ceiling, which we seem to hear a lot about conserving it and everything else. In your view, how much longer do you give it in its present condition before it actually will not be able to be rescued in any way?
It's been a couple of years since I've been on site, but I would concur with the agent that it's probably beyond repair in its current situation. But where an element has reached that level of condition, in an ordinary course of listed building maintenance, you would repair on a like-for-like basis. And what we've got before us here is a proposal for an alteration.
Right, okay, thank you.
Members, any more questions to officers? I've got one, and it's obviously to Nick or David. They're taking down the gable end. I do believe it's in the report. That will obviously be reclaimed or similar, reclaimed bricks. It's not going to be, as we've referred to in the past, old London bricks, is it? It's going to be in keeping. And we can condition that, can we, if that's passed here today?
Through you, Chairman, the plans indicate that that gable element would be rebuilt in reused CAMS bricks. Clearly, members are minded to grant planning permission and indeed listed building consent, given that there's a new build element to the application as well. I would have thought it was entirely reasonable that a materials condition would be imposed, which would give full control over the materials to be used, not only for that rebuild, but also for the new build to the rear as well.
Okay, yeah, that's answered my question. Thank you. So before we move on, any more questions to officers? Did you indicate you want to speak, Councillor Davis, or no? Sorry, it's my mistake then. Sorry about that. So anyway, so thank you everybody for that. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. On Councillor Murphy first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't really know where to start, only to say that my remarks are in no particular order, and they are my personal beliefs. I've lived in Chatteris all my life, and I know this area very, very well, as a farmyard and as a builder's yard. This was only a barn used for many different purposes. I used to sit in the Cock pub opposite, which has since been converted into a very nice large residential building. When the delivery of these lorries came to this site or went in or out, they nearly took the pub wall down, as it was a dangerous entrance, and the exit many years as it went by, it got worse, and the town council tried to persuade them to move, which they did several years ago, as we've just heard. London Road is also at the time, I said, and here we are now, all these years later, and we still haven't progressed anything in that yard whatsoever. London Road is an attractive road with large, well-kept houses, and this development only enhanced this. If you travel around the area to Maple, Sutton, Wychwood, etc., these are areas building at a rate. So why not Chatteris? If you ask the local estate agents, they say there needs to be more homes built for demand. We need more housing in Chatteris to keep Chatteris growing and survive and not stagnating as it did years ago. We have several developments around the town, large and small, that are not being built out at this present time, and more in the future there will be. But they are being thwarted by actions of organisations and individuals that I respectfully say, please stop putting obstacles in the way of the developers, making them have higher costs and longer timescales, and sometimes pulling the plug and walking away, and let them get on with what and making the town attractive and vibrant and a place for people that want to live there. The town council support it. CCC Highways have no objections. Environmental Health have no objections, like 6 months ago or presently. And there are 10 supporters for it and 1 objector. On summing up, Mr. Chairman, this nonsense has to stop and common sense prevail. And we need to get on building without any more of these interferences for the future of Chatteris. And I will be voting against the officers and to approve this application without any more restrictions put into place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy, for those pertinent comments. Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Right, I've got no prepared speech. I think we have to be slightly pragmatic over something like this. I think that at the end of the day, we've debated this now over a number of meetings and so on. I think the developers have come forward with something which gives a balanced protection of what is there, with the intention to do something with the building to make it more modern and usable. So I think it's a question of balance in these things. You know, we can't have these buildings empty continuously because they will just deteriorate. I think at the end of the day, leaving it with certain modernisation as the plans are currently shown, and given the protective works that the developer has agreed to do anyway, I think we have to just accept that it's time to move on. We've got the best out of it that we probably can, unless an awful lot of grant money is kicking about somewhere that we can do a first-class job on it. I'm not saying that there's any that this will not be a first-class job in what's provided, but at the end of the day, you know, let's be quite sensible about it. I think we have to move on. We have to get as much protection on the building as we can. I think the developer seems to have gone about this now in an acceptable way. I think we've managed to achieve that by, in fact, refusing everything previously. So I see that as a positive place that we've got to now. And I think under those circumstances, I would say, right, we've done what we can, and it's time to move on. So I would I would vote against the officer's recommendation and go for approval.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a bit long-winded, but
no worries, Councillor Cornwall. Very pertinent, probably comments as well. Councillor French, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe, and I can't actually find the minutes of the last time we discussed it, but I believe that I asked at the meeting of the last time this application was discussed, why the conservation officer did not seek to get this building preserved years ago when it first became empty. I didn't get an answer to that. Now we have many buildings across the whole Fenland in a similar situation, been empty for many years, and we're going to have many more applications come forward to do something with them. I'm all for preserving and restoring listed buildings, etc. But we did ask the agent at the last meeting. We weren't happy with what was in front of us. We asked them to go away and come back with something else. They've come away, they've gone away, they've come back. And as far as I'm concerned, they have done the utter best they possibly can. So as much as I understand what the conservation officer, I understand what the officers are saying, but if we don't do this and approve this application, it's going to end up derelict. It's going to end up. I went to Chatteris a few weeks ago and I saw there's I don't know what road it is because I don't know Chatteris very well, but there's a blue building there. I believe it's a listed building. It's a shocking state. All that wants now is bulldozing. And I would hate to see the whole of this bulldozed. So I'm sorry to say I will be supporting this application and going against your officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Davis. Thank you.
Yes, I'm in the same mind as Councillor French. If we don't actually approve this latest application, then the building is just going to be left to sit there and it will further deteriorate and we won't be then able to save any of the features. I think, you know, an effort is being made here to save as much as possible. And listening to the legal advice, I actually feel quite confident in going against officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Miscanlon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, this is the third visit I've paid to these premises, and since the last visit and the one I've visited this time, there has already been a deterioration in the building over the short period of time. The developers were asked to go away and they've come back with a conversion that is sympathetic to the building. I think, in all honesty, the conservation officer said, you're never going to preserve all of it. And I think that's quite right. You're never going to. There are parts that have deteriorated beyond repair, but I think that they've done a sympathetic conversion, and I will be supporting the passing of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, in Fenland as a whole, we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these heritage buildings that are just disintegrating. When people come along with a scheme that's going to conserve as much as possible of that building and actually stop it from deteriorating, obstacles are put in their way all the time. This scheme, to me, is making the best scheme possible for this. It's going to protect the building. It's going to protect the features that they can keep. So I will, like the rest of them, be voting against officer's proposal.
We'll take Councillor Benny next. Thank you. And then we'll bring in Mr. Harding after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could say a lot, but most of it's already been said, what I think. I mean, this to me comes down to money. You can't expect a developer to pay more money out than he's going to get back, because he can board that up and just leave it and it could fall down. And if this is left much longer, that's what will happen to this. Inaction is worse than action is better than inaction. If we don't do something positive with this, and there is a positive scheme in front of us today that will save this building, I think conservation is actually standing in the way of saving these buildings. And also a lot of other buildings that we have through Fenland. We've got to look at Wisbeach High Street. The restraints and the costs that conservation put onto, the additional cost that it puts onto bringing these buildings back into use, means nobody does it. It needs public money in terms of grants to bring this forward. There is no grant money here, and there won't be any grant money here. We haven't got the money to provide that. So these buildings stand there and they just deteriorate and deteriorate. Councillor French has already mentioned Mrs. Wall's shop in Chatteris that's in Bridge Street that's falling down. Opposite there's another Pebble Dash building that hasn't got a roof on it. Chatteris is littered with these. Fenland is littered with these old buildings that just do not have enough money. There isn't enough money to put them right, nor should it come down to the public purse if there is a scheme that works to bring this back in a commercial way. The developer is going to lose money on this. And if we don't pass this today, this building will end up being a pile of rubble. It will actually save this by passing this today. And I think the careful consideration, after giving this careful consideration, if we don't pass this, we are condemning that building to just fall apart, and we will lose what we've got. Passing this today will save what we have got.
Nick, would you like to come in? You've indicated that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I always have a lot of time and respect for members, and I pride myself in being able to work with you all and do all of my offices in the service. But mention's been made during the debate about obstacles and interference. Now, I find that difficult to accept because we are employed by the district council to give professional advice to you, and there's always going to be occasions whereby we disagree with each other on certain matters, and that's just life, isn't it? That's just the way it goes. And you know, my experience has always been that we've had those differences of opinion in a sort of a professional and friendly manner, and long may that continue. So in this particular case, we as a team of professional officers have given you our best technical advice. We've also given you advice in terms of the legislative framework within which, in law, we have to follow. And I appreciate, as I've said already, that the amount of weight, as referred to by the legal officer here, the amount of weight that you can give to different elements of the decision-making process may be different to that presented to you by officers, and that's, you know, quite right and proper. In terms of the general condition of buildings within the Fenland district, we have a good number of conservation areas. We have a good number of listed and curtilage listed buildings, and we have a team of one, and we have no budget for interventions on buildings which aren't appropriately maintained. And in that light, and given the number of listed building applications that we, and particularly Claire, has to deal with, we have to be very selective about those cases that we get engaged in where action is needed to preserve a listed building or action within a conservation area. And I don't think that, you know, the decisions corporately made by the organisation about what it wants to achieve in terms of conservation and listed buildings should be used as a tool to say that, yeah, redevelopment of listed buildings should be sort of semi-automatic in terms of a yes rather than a maybe. We have given the best advice we can give you, and our professional opinion is that this development proposal doesn't quite hit the mark in terms of being acceptable to us. Claire has always acted positively in terms of giving advice on the proposal, and I think this is down, Chairman, to a difference of opinion on the amount of weight being given to the various factors that by law you have to have regard to. Thank you, Chairman.
I respect you coming in there, Nick, and putting your point forward, and I absolutely adhere to what you're saying. So we're still Councillor Sutton. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would 100% support everything that Nick has said. There can't be any finger pointing at officers, because at the end of the day, it was this committee that refused it last time with the request for the agents and developers to go away and come back with a revised scheme which could or couldn't be supported by the committee. There's been a lot of talk about costs. As far as I'm concerned, I couldn't care less whether they lose £20,000 or they make £100,000. To me, planning is not about what money made. Planning is about whether it's right for that land and land use. So we get down to the question is this scheme close enough to what we think it should be to approve? And I think it's been valuable to see the visualizations that the agent passed around to us to say externally, in my view, it is acceptable. So then we turn to internally. perhaps it's not quite where we'd want to be, and certainly by the officer report, it's not where the officers want to be with various issues with the ceilings and what have you. But I just fear that if we don't approve this today, we may well sit here in the future and see the place falling into disrepair and regret it. So I think with a heavy heart, given that I'm sure there'll be a proposal and a seconder, I will be supporting granting of application. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you, Councillor Sutton, for that. Councillor French.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick, for explaining about your officers. I can assure you I was not personally having a dig at any of your officers. The point that I was making with conservation, you know, I've sat in this council since 1999 and been on the planning committee repeated on and off. We see it right across the whole of the district. So my comments were not directed at Claire, and I do apologise if you felt it was. Claire probably wasn't even here when this started. But, you know, if we look right across the whole of the district, you look at Acre Road in March, there's cottages that were built in 17, whatever. Conservation officers 15, 20 years ago did nothing about it. So it's not a personal attack on officers here. I think the problem we've got, and I've said it repeatedly, you need more help. You need more money invested in this. If we want to preserve some of these fabulous buildings we've got, I mean, you're going to have to look at the High Street in Wisbech. You know the problems that we've got there. We're trying to save a couple of buildings, or sorry, we're trying to save a gap in one of them. So, you know, I would suggest that you actually speak to the lead and speak to the portfolio holder and see if you can get some more money invested in your planning department.
Yeah, very pertinent answer, and thank you very much for clarifying that. Obviously, that was not a personal accusation on Claire at all, because she does do her best. There's only one of her, and she can't work 48 hours a day, can she? So it's clear to see. So yeah, I'm quite happy to lobby our leader as well. Yeah, with the help of the portfolio holder or the help for me, then we'll try and get some more out of him. But thank you, Claire, for doing your very, very best and bringing us all the information that's relevant to the planning committee. So thank you very much for that. So we've got Councillor Murphy.
I'd like to say as well, I'm not putting blame on Claire or anything. It's councillor whatsoever. I am referring to outside sources, outside membership of different things that come forward and stop this. Not that we are stopping, not you are stopping it, that these other people are stopping it. And that's where I said that has got to stop.
Yeah, it's very clear who you were referring to, or some parties who you were referring to, Councillor Murphy, and it certainly wasn't Fenland District Council officers. I will reiterate that, because Councillor Davis, thank you.
I'd just like to say I hope I speak for most of us here, and we have a very healthy respect for our officers and we listen to what they say. We understand that you have to put forward your views according to rules and regulations, but we can put a different weight on things at times. And I think that's where the difference is. It is not that we disrespect what you put forward to us.
You're right. So have we got any more? We're in debate still, and I'm going to wrap this up with my few little comments if nobody else has got anything to say. Councillor Benny, you wiggling your pen, or is that you've got something to say? Go then. So I've been listening very carefully to what members have been saying, and it looks to me there's a steer to go against officers' recommendation to approve this planning application, it seems to me. But I do believe, listening to Richard, our legal guy, that we have done the very best we can. I think it'd be a detriment of duty if we let this building fall further into disrepair and eventually fall in a pile of rubble. I think then it'd be a dereliction of duty. I really do. I think we've gone as far as we can with this. And I've been on the planning a long time at CCC, chair of that for 7 or 8 years. and been luckily here for 3 years. And I've spoken to inspectors and I've been judicial reviews. I've spoken at those and listened to what they've got to say there. And I think I'm really happy. I'm happy that Fenland, if we do go against officer recommendation and approve this, have done what they can and as best they can on this particular application. And I would be happy to speak up if it went any further. So I thank Richard for his comments. I am giving more weight to keeping and improving the building improving the building with regard to this application, rather than doing nothing. In a couple of years' time, we fall in a heap. So thank you for that, for listening to that. But so you or Nick or David or Claire in for anything you need to say, anything you need to bring up?
Yeah, just a reminder through you, Chairman, if I may, is that if a proposal is going to be made to approve the applications contrary to the officer recommendation, then reasons for doing so need to be given that relate to the reasons for refusal that are in the papers before you. And secondly, to also give officers authority to attach appropriate conditions to both the consents. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Nick. So, thank you. So now, David, please.
Thank you through you, Chair. I think just to elaborate on or build on the point that Nick has made there, would draw members' attention in particular to paragraphs 10.3 to probably 10.13 of the officer report, in particular references to paragraph 199 of the MPPF, considering the impact of proposed developments on the significance of a heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. 10.9, paragraph 200 of the MPPF states any harm to or loss of significance of a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification. And then the further paragraph 202 of the MPPF states that where development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits. I think there's some of the issues there that members perhaps need to address when giving any proposal to go against officer recommendation.
Okay, thanks for bringing that to the members' attention. Again, very pertinent question. So now we'll go to take each application. We'll go to obviously the vote. We will take each application individually. I would now like to invite members to make a proposal on application F/YR21/1015F. It's the conversion. It's the conversion of the existing building to form one dwelling. Please do so by raising your hand. So we're looking for a proposer, please, on that application. Councillor Murphy. Have we got a seconder? I'll take Councillor Benny.
Chairman, we didn't actually have a
Right,
proposal from Councillor Murphy.
Well,
he's got to sort.
So Councillor Murphy,
Yes.
what would you
I know
like
it
to?
sounds obvious, Chairman.
Yes. So all those in favour of going against officer recommendation? Well, reasons, yeah, but we can give reasons afterwards, can't we?
No, Chairman, they should be given
Okay,
before
sorry.
we go to the vote.
Okay, then we'll go before we go to the vote. So reasons then, please, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Benny. Councillor Benny, would you like to add to that?
Sorry. Thank you. On this application 1015, LP2 is a reason facilitating health and wellbeing of Fenland residents. I think leaving it to look like it does or get even worse would not enhance the area and certainly not enhance the benefits of Chatteris. LP16. This morning, delivering and protecting high quality environments. This building is being saved by passing this today. If we don't pass this, this building will fall into disrepair and fall apart. We are stepping in to save this building, and that's part of the consideration as to why we want to go against officers' recommendation. So delivering and protecting, I think by passing this, this actually does protect this building more than not passing it. 18, the historical environment. I mean, this building is only covered by its grade 2 listing because it is in the curtilage of the house. I mean, I would be looking at this in a totally different way. We're looking at the house. A house is a house, was a dwelling. We are looking at an old farm building. We pass farm conversions. You see them right throughout the area. There's not that many. Most of them have been done now, but it saves a building. And to look after a historic environment, we are saving a lot of this building. We are saving a lot of the historic features of this building by passing this today. So again, it's a subjective answer to this. And I really feel that by passing this today, we are contributing to the historic value of the conservation area of Chatteris because we are saving this building from falling down. If we want to go on to the MPPF 197, the effect of an application on significance of a non-designated heritage asset should be taken into account and determined in the application. On weighing applications that directly or indirectly affect non-designated heritage assets, a balanced judgment will be required to having regard to the scale of any harm or loss to the significance of the heritage asset. Again, passing this, we are saving this building by passing this today. And we are saving a lot of the features within this building that will be lost if we don't pass it. 199, local planning authorities should require developers to record and advance understanding and the significance of any heritage assets to be lost, wholly or in part. I think that could be a condition that you could put in there, Nick, to make sure that that is recorded. Could that be done? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to have that as a condition in there because again, that is working towards saving this heritage asset, which is what we are trying to achieve here today. And local planning authorities should assess whether the benefits of the proposal for enabling development, which otherwise conflict with planning policies, but which should secure the future conservation of a heritage asset, outweighs the disbenefits of departing from these policies. Well, that is exactly what we're doing. We're saving this building. It will fall down. The conservation officer has already told us that the ceilings are really past saving in their own right. And I've been in that building. I went in it years ago when Travis Perkins had it, and I've been in it since as a councillor when we did the site visits, and that will have deteriorated. It's another year gone by, another year of water coming through this building. What we're doing today is we are saving this building by passing this. So I feel that the benefits of passing this today by far outweigh the benefits of refusing this, because this could go on for years if it's not. And we have a positive scheme that is brought before this committee to pass, and we're upholding a duty as councillors by doing this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Benny, for that. I'm going to move protocol. I think Councillor Sutton was going to try and add something. I don't know how he's going to add to that, but no. Oh, were you? Sorry, that's good then. So add that on to Councillor Benny. I think it'd be a dereliction of duty by Fenland District Planning Committee if we turn this down today because it would fall down and we'd probably regret it further down the line. So I'm you've got those down now. So I'm happy with that. So we now go to the vote. So we've got a proposed by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Benny, to go against officers recommend to approve this said application. Now we'll go to the vote. So all those in favour of that? Yeah, I'm glad to say that's unanimous. That application has been approved. Thank you very much for that. Great discussion, everybody. I'm really proud of it.
To do the listed building.
I propose we go.
Councillor French, second. So we've got proposal by Councillor Benny.
Just to clarify, to go get I propose that we go against officers'
Yeah,
recommendation.
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. One, it's a index one, so
yeah.
You're happy with that? You're happy with that, Councillor French?
Yes, if you read out the reasons.
No, I think you should do it.
No, we're going to, Councillor Benny's, he's got the floor, so Councillor Benny, please do.
There is another, a lot of the reasons duplicate in here. There is an additional point 202 of the MPPF. National Planning Authorities should assess whether the benefits of a proposal for enabling development, which would otherwise conflict with planning policies, but which would secure the future conservation of a heritage asset, outweigh the disbenefits of departing from these policies. No, sorry, that's the wrong one. That's one I've already done. Local planning authorities, this is 200. Local planning authorities should look for opportunities for new development within conservation areas, which this most certainly is, and World Heritage Sites, and within the setting of heritage assets, which this is, to enhance and better reveal their significance. Well, when the work is done on this building, I mean, it looks a mess. When you drive down London Road at the moment, the plaster's falling out, the mortar's coming out of the wall, the roof's falling off. This is going to enhance that conservation area. So I feel that that's the right thing for their proposals that preserve these elements of the setting that make a positive contribution to the asset, or which better reveal its significance, should be treated favourably. Well, I think when this building is repointed, which it does because half the pointing is falling out on the brickwork, and the windows, has the windows put back in within the openings of those windows, people will look at that and think that looks a lovely building, because the moment you look at it and it doesn't look good. So again, I feel that this is not only saving a building, but it's enhancing the area and it's enhancing the building itself.
Well, another comprehensive thing. So I'm happy with those. I'm happy with those reasons as well. So, Councillor Miss Canlon, thank you.
Chairman, just for clarification, you said this is a listed building application. The application number 1017 is an F, which is full application.
It's an LV, sorry, just
not a listed building one.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much for raising that, but okay. So we're back, we're still, anyway, so we know what we're doing now, don't we? So I'm happy with those conditions. So we'll now, so again, we'll go to against officer's recommendation to approve this application. We've got proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French. Can we go to the vote again? Thanks. That's unanimous. So that application has been approved. Before we go, it's 2:20. We've been going an hour and a half, well, hour and 20 minutes. Does anybody want a quick 5-minute break? Anybody? Councillor Cornwall? Which one are we on now? Come on. We're on this one, aren't we? Item number 7 now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So now we'll quickly hand over to David Rowan to present the linked application F/YR21-1096F and FY21-1097 LB, agenda item number 7. So David, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, a pair of linked applications, Planning Commission and listed building consent. This is at 10 Market Street in Wisbech. We're just having a couple of technical difficulties with the presentation, so bear with us a moment, please.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, thank you. So just to reiterate, we've got a pair of applications, application for planning permission to convert the existing basement storage area to create a dwelling, and which is a retrospective application, and internal and external works to a listed building for to facilitate that development as well. Again, a retrospective application at 10 Market Street in Wisbech. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photograph. As you can see, it sort of sits really within the very historic core of Wisbech Town Centre, also within Wisbech Conservation Area, and the property in question is Grade 2 listed. Quite a busy plan, unfortunately, but planning permission is essentially sought to retain the conversion of the basement to a one-bedroom flat. The floor plan is shown in the upper left image. Should point out to members that the window shown to the kitchen at the back is actually the only window serving the flat, other than a very small window in the bathroom. So there is no natural light provided to any of the living area. So any of the kind of the bed sit area at the the bottom end of that floor plan does not have any natural light. So to move on to the photographs, the left-hand image shows the kind of upper floors of the building. Essentially, the basement flat is below ground level in that view. And then the right-hand image shows the sort of rear elevation. So you've got the kitchen window shown in the sort of the white painted area. On the very left-hand side of that image is the bathroom window, which is a sort of an obscure glazed opening with a sort of an expel air arrangement sort of sat within it. So the window that's there just above the ground level is the only window to serve the flat. The window is currently UPVC, however, the application does propose to reinstate it with a timber window. To move on to the photographs of the internal arrangements, the upper right image shows the kitchen window, albeit this has been blocked with I think a cabinet, possibly to sort of safeguard privacy, perhaps. The upper left image shows the bathroom, and again you can see that small window that's afforded to that. And then the lower images show the sort of the bed sit area, and sort of how that's been sort of kitted out, I suppose. Excuse me. Draw members' attention to the kind of the dry lining, the sort of plasterboarding that's been put in there, which in itself is considered to be problematic from a listed building point of view, in terms of it's not a sympathetic construction technique. Also, with all of the internal photos there, I would just point out that you will note that the lights are on, because obviously there is no other illumination. So essentially the lights need to be on 24 hours a day to provide illumination. So to conclude, it's considered that the tanking that's been carried out to enable the residential conversion is unacceptable in the context of the listed building and may cause future damp or condensation issues, which could then potentially affect the upper floors of the building. In addition, the use of the basement for living accommodation is considered to be unacceptable, given the lack of natural light and outlook for residents and the general substandard living environment which would be created, or which has been created. We just draw members' attention to the fact that concerns have been raised in this regard by the council's private sector housing team, who have made reference to the possibility of enforcement action being taken in this respect. The recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission and listed building consent as set out in the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Liam Luntowler. He's of course the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. As there are two applications, although they are linked, you will have 10 minutes. So please feel free to start when you feel able to do so. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak today on this application. Presented to you today is two applications seeking the same intention for a change of use of the basement for a one-bedroom residential unit. The proposed development site is located within the town centre of Wisbech, a market town as identified under LP3, whereby LP3 is understood that the majority of the district's new housing should take place in the town settlements. To examine the location in more detail, the proposed dwelling is, as mentioned, located in the town centre of Wisbech between the marketplace and the castle, with close ties to the town centre and its services. The site enjoys walking distances, amenities that the centre offers, and access to the bus depot located off Holsphere commercial area. The bus depot has access to a wide area of towns, villages, and access to cities such as Peterborough and Norwich. Equally, bus routes travel to March and Kings Lynn with train stations available for nationwide travel. The site further enjoys foot travel distance to the Wisbech Park, Rugby Field, playing fields, Hudson Legislature, and more indoor and outdoor legislative facilities. In terms of job opportunity, as mentioned already, the site enjoys access to the town centre and the bus network. In addition, Nestle Pure Factory is approximately 10-minute walk. Mount Pleasant Road is an 18-minute walk, and Tesco and Cornwall Road is an approximate 30-minute walk, with the midpoint of Weasleham Lane only being about a 22-minute walk. Therefore, the site is very well located in terms of access to the town amenities and services and availability to access the wider district. Therefore, the site is considered very well sustainable. It is noted that this application is retrospective, so subsequently the development sought to utilise a redundant space within the building in order to provide additional housing for that area. Thus, to summarise quickly, this application is for a new residential unit within the town centre, Wisbech. The 4 members are minded to support this application, that we support a new residential unit to support the existing amenities. Thank you for your time and welcome any questions.
Yes, members, any questions? Councillor French, please.
Thank you. Obviously, we've seen the photographs and it is retrospective. Can you tell me, is somebody actually living there?
Was, yes. They've handed their notice and no one lives in there currently.
So was this rented out, or is it something to do with the actual business premises?
Rented.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Lunn before we let him go? I can't see anybody. Councillor Cornwall? No. No, we're all right. Thank you very much for that. Members, questions for officers? You know what to do. Raise your hand if you have any. Councillor French.
Yeah, sorry, it's gone again. In the report, it does say about the way it's been converted may cause condensation and rising damp to the floors. Have you any idea what state it was in prior to them doing this conversion? And I'm not technical, but can you tell me why you think that this is actually going to cause rising damp to the other floors, if you can?
Please do, David.
Basically, while I'm not a building control officer, essentially there are construction techniques that are sympathetic to buildings of a certain era or a certain period, and the original construction techniques essentially kind of tanking the basement so that the building can't breathe essentially means that kind of the damp condensation has nowhere to go to other than effectively kind of going up the building. I suppose trying to put it as simplistically as I can, mainly so that I can try and understand it.
Thanks for that, David. I mean, I live in a 118-year-old building with 9-inch solid rock, so I know what I have to do. Otherwise, I would just have damp everywhere. So yeah, I find that. But reading through the report was interesting. I think it was 1793 that building was built. Looking at it, I think we're going back to upstairs, downstairs, servants living in the bottom. But you know.
Councillor Miss Scanlon, thank you.
Just for clarification on the question that Councillor French asked, rising damp normally rises to approximately 3 feet above the ground level. This flat would suffer from penetrating damp because it is below the ground level. I know this because I used to work for a remedial treatment company.
Oh, very interesting, Councillor Miss Scanlon, thank you. Anybody else got any questions for officers? Councillor Scolding.
Yes, just, is there any extractor fans in place?
David, please.
Thank you.
Through you, Chairman, as far as I'm aware, the only extractor fan is the one that I referred to in the bathroom. I'm not aware that any other sort of mechanical ventilation has been put in at all.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, the window in the kitchen that had something stood in front of it, is it able to be opened? Because other than that, there's no ventilation in the kitchen, is there?
I'm assuming that the window will be able to, well, you would assume that it would be, otherwise it's going to be an even worse environment than we're anticipating. But clearly that doesn't, or that the size of that window wouldn't allow really adequate ventilation to the remainder of the unit in any event.
Councillor Davis.
Just another observation, there doesn't seem to be any form of fire escape.
Through you, Chairman, no, there's essentially there is one entrance into the flat, which is off I think Church Mews, which is the sort of around the sort of on the corner. So yeah, that is the only means of entrance and exit as far as I'm aware.
Councillor Cornwall, thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, there is mention in the report, although my PC has decided to pack up, right about the private rented housing team here. In fact, well, I suppose the question is, does it comply? Because if it doesn't comply, I can't see how we can actually approve it. They are definitely saying that, are they? It's right. I said, sorry, my page just suddenly disappeared on me. So
just through you, Chairman, for Councillor Cornwall's benefit. The private sector housing team said the lack of adequate natural lighting provision to this proposed residential accommodation may have the potential to cause harmful health effects to the occupants, all as assessed by the Housing Health and Safety Rating System. Any request for an assessment of the housing conditions by the occupants will automatically factor in this consideration, and there may be potential for housing enforcement action to follow.
Sums it up really well, Councillor Cornwall. Councillor Franklin, Councillor Benny. Officers. No, we're still in officers, to be clear. David, Councillor Topgood, questions to officers? Yes.
Do we know when the works was carried out? Because prior to it being an L bar, it was a cafe, and they used to use downstairs as well for extra seating. So is the applicant the one that's changed the dry lining, etc., or was it done before they went in? Do we know that?
Through Chairman, my understanding is that the dry lining has been done to facilitate the conversion to residential.
Okay, thank you, David. So you can start questions to officers if you wish to, or else we'll move on to debate. I can't see any, debate. So we're in debate now. So Councillor French, you kick it off.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have great respect for the housing option team. They have to deal with very, very difficult situations. And if this committee was to approve this application, I think in 2 or 3 years' time, whoever's living there is going to have horrendous problems. And as councillors, would we expect them, the housing officers, to try to help? And I think the answer, well, the officers would help if requested, but we certainly are not making a job easy for the housing officers. As I said before, you know, that this was built, I do know it was a cafe. It was Bar 10, I think, or Cafe 10, I can't remember the name of it. Living accommodations, it cannot be, no fresh air, no ventilation. If somebody moved in there had health problems, chest, etc., that would obviously make it worse. But we've got the advice from the housing team, and I don't think, you know, we go against our planning officers and we find out many reasons to go against their recommendations, but I do not believe we can go against the housing team. And it's not just the housing, it's environmental health, etc., etc. And I cannot support this application.
Yeah. pertinent questions, Councillor French, and answers as well. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. We know that I like to pass things at most planning committees, but I mean, I look at this, and something else I always say is about quality of life for people who live in these. We should be providing homes for people. This is not a home. It may be very apt at the moment, but it looks more like a nuclear bunker to me than it does a house to live in. And I just feel that this work, if it is, this work has cannot have been done through building control, because it should have been done with the right materials. And I just think that this is, I think the officers have got this one absolutely right. I just don't think that this is a place that is fit for people to live in in its present state, with no natural light, damp problems. So I will be going with officers' recommendation on this one today.
Yeah, well, it may well be a bombshell if we carry on like we are doing, Councillor Benny. So before they get the refusal, possibly the refusal notice, we could probably amend that to a bomb shelter. Okay, so anybody else at all? We're still in debate. Oh, Councillor Topwood.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Had the correct materials been used, I would have possibly leant towards approving this and had more light been put in. Most of the houses around the Crescent and indeed down Market Street, where they've got a basement, they've got a light in the pavement. All right. Had they actually gone ahead and done that, then I would be more inclined to go against officers. They've used the wrong materials. They've had no consideration for light getting into the building, which is quite easily done. I'm going to go with officers' recommendations on this.
Okay, we're still in debate. Anybody else want to add to it at all before I bring officers in? Can't see anybody else. So, right. Any officers, any points of clarification, please? No. Right. So we're going to take, we're going to go to the vote. We'll take each application individually. So I would now like to invite members to make a proposal on application F/YR21/1096F, conversion of an existing basement storage area to create a dwelling, 1-bedroom studio flat retrospectively. Please do so by raising your hand. So we're looking for a proposer. That's what we're doing. So we're, Councillor French, you'll propose it?
Yes, go with officers' recommendation.
Yeah. Have I got a second on that?
Yeah.
Councillor Davis?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can now go with the vote. So I've got a proposal to agree with officers' recommendation to refuse this application. It's proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Davis. Could we go to the vote, please? Thank you. So that application, I think that to vote is unanimous. I think that that application has been refused.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question now? No. We've now refused it. What happens now, or do we keep an eye on it if anybody actually goes in there and lives in it?
I think through you.
Through you, Chairman, we'll be working through our enforcement arm with housing to get the matter resolved.
Thanks so much.
I'm just going to thank you for that, Councillor Murphy. So I'm just going to go on to, so it's really hardly any point, but I'm just going to go through with it anyway. Now I'd like members to make a proposal on the application F/YR21/1097 LB, internal and external work to a listed building to convert existing basement storage area into a dwelling. Please do so. So I'm looking for a proposal on that. So proposed by, I'm going to do, because it says so, I'm going to do it separately so we all know where we are. So Councillor French is proposing it, seconded by Councillor Davis. We'll have it again, so make it easier. So we've got a proposal to agree with, again, with officers' recommendation to refuse this application. Please could we have the vote? Again, that's unanimous. The application has been refused. So thank you very much for that.
Can we have a cup of tea now, please?
Yeah, we can have, if anybody's willing, we can have 10 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, that's absolutely fine. If the majority wants that, who am I to argue? Thanks. Members, thank you for being back promptly. So now we'll quickly, as announced at the beginning of the meeting, agenda item number 8 has been withdrawn. So I'll now hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR 21/1369F, agenda item number 9. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for a 2-storey side extension to an existing dwelling, including 3.4 metre high gates and brick wall to the entrance at West Barn, Broad Drove West, Tid St Giles. The application site is shown in red on the location plan aerial photo. As you can see, it sits in the open countryside outside the village of Tid St Giles. The existing property was granted as part of a pair of barn conversions in 2003. The site plan on screen shows the position of the extension proposed. So it's the sort of the right-hand images that you need to be looking at. The lower image is the existing, the upper image is the proposed, and you can see sort of effectively a new wing almost being created, running across at 90 degrees, sort of to the left of the existing dwelling. So on a similar footprint to that proposed, in 2021 there was an extension granted, and the elevations of this are shown on the screen. As you can see, this was a sort of a mix of single and sort of almost 1.5-storey style developments with fairly traditional barn style openings, and this was considered to be of a scale and appearance in keeping with the existing buildings on the site, effectively replicating a sort of a barn conversion. The current application proposes something somewhat different, a full 2-storey extension, no break to the ridgeline. The scale of this, I think, relative to the existing single story is also apparent, as is the sort of the sheer mass of this full 2-storey proposal. Also, just draw members' attention to the nature of the openings, the extent of the glazing proposed, all add to the overall unacceptable design and appearance, which is not really considered sort of sympathetic to this rural location. Photos of the existing site and buildings are shown. You can see fairly low-key single-storey conversion that's on site at the moment, and then with some outbuildings sort of scattered around. So in summary, the application proposes a 2-storey side extension to the dwelling. This is considered to be unacceptable in terms of its design and appearance. Certainly unacceptable in the context of the previously approved scheme. It should also be pointed out that that previously approved application had been through significant discussion and revision with the applicants from its original submission. Essentially, what's proposed now is the original previous submission. As set out in the report, the officer recommendation is to refuse on design and appearance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you once again, David. We have a written representation on this application from Alexandra Patrick. She's, of course, the agent, which now Member Services will read out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a resubmission from an already approved 1.5-storey side extension. The resubmission is to apply for a 2-storey version. The major difference being the two schemes are the eaves height to enable a full height ceiling to the first floor. The presidency set in terms of scale has already been approved, and the difference in head heights on the first floor we feel is minimal in terms of the overall scheme. The drawings presented with this application show a coloured line that represents what is approved and what we are applying for. It is noted that the previously approved scheme was talked through at great length before a decision was made, but every scheme is and should be decided on its own merits, not on previous approvals. The ridge height of the proposal is not changing, therefore the overshadowing to the neighbouring property will not increase significantly to that of what has already been approved here. For ease of construction, this application has been presented to appease the client's wishes and needs before the work starts on site, diminishing the need for remedial work. The resubmission of this scheme is in similar context to that approved at committee for a rear full height extension to a new dwelling approved under FYR 18 0579F. The committee members drew the same conclusions, that even though the scheme was acknowledged the scale and size of the dwelling did not comply with LP 12 Part D, they did not consider that this would cause harm to the rural character of the locality, given the positioning and dimensions of the plot. I welcome your support in this application, given the nature of the site and its location along Board Drove, where the dwellings in this area are all of a substantial size, given the large grounds the dwelling is located. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that, Elaine. So now I'd like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you do, if you'd like to, raise your hand, Councillor French.
Yeah, at first I thought it was a printing mistake. 3.4 metre. Sorry, can you hear me? 3.4 metre high gate bricks. I mean, is that? I just can't believe somebody wants to barricade themselves in like that. But even so, okay. I'm just.
David, would you like to comment
there? Through you, Chairman, I think as set out in the report, that the gates are considered to be a touch out of keeping, perhaps with the rural sort of character, but probably not so sort of bad as to warrant refusal, and they were included on the previous application. So I think in terms of when you look at the plans, the 3.4 metre height is very much the sort of centre point of the gates. So sort of the majority of that, including the piers, is actually to sort of a lower level. So
thank you, Councillor French. Anybody else have you got any questions for officers at all? No, can't see any. Thank you very much for that then. So now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the planning material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand so we're in debate. Councillor Benny, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, myself and Councillor French went and had a look at these. We were doing the site inspections and we had a drive around, and it seems to be, I wouldn't say in the middle of nowhere, it is obviously somewhere, but it is well out of the way. And when we looked at it, this is a big site. It's fairly well shielded by trees. It's fairly well shielded by the stables at the back. And really, I can't see anything wrong with this. It's going to make a big dwelling, but it's a big plot. It's well above the amenity space level for it. And it's not 2 stories high. It's actually 1.5 stories high because it's using the roof. And yeah, it's a big extension, but it's a big plot. And if you want to build something that's bespoke and you know, what suits obviously the applicant feels this is what he wants, this is the ideal place to do it. From what I can see, and I can't see anything that would contradict this. The same people are going to live there. Won't be any more traffic. There won't be any more drain on resources. There'll still be the same amount of waste and bins. And if for whatever reason, if the applicant wants an extension that's this large, it fits on the plot. It's, to me, I can't see anything wrong with this. I think it's you know, if that's what the applicant wants, it seems to be quite a nice extension to it. I mean, LP 12, LP 16, there's a very subjective reasons for refusal where you could look at them in different ways. And I feel that, you know, from reading the reports and looking at it, personally, I can't see anything wrong with this. I think it will enhance the area. It certainly won't do any detriment to the area. The gates may be a little bit grand, but it's going to be a very nice place to live when it's finished and built. So get some gates on the front to keep people out and keep the people in, and whatever they've got inside safe. I've seen no problem with this whatsoever.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Benny, for that. We're still in debate. Councillor Sutton.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm just looking on page 113, and contrary to what Councillor Benny says, it is a two-storey. It had permission for a story and a half, and they want to make it two-storey all the way through. And the red lines there show what the difference is. It is slightly higher to the north, I should think, it looks a bit, and quite a bit higher than, well, not higher, the roof line then follows through from what was approved. And I personally don't see that it's that much different to warrant refusal. It would have been nice to have had some illustrations up so you could actually compare the two, because it's always difficult with a red line, but I personally don't think there's too much wrong with it. It ain't going to affect anybody demonstrably because nobody will see it. So I think, yeah, I could quite comfortably go against officer's recommendation on this one and approve the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Councillor Benny again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Sutton, you are right. Thank you for correcting me where I was wrong. It is two stories, which to me makes even better use of it. Wherever you have bedrooms or rooms in a loft space, you can't put furniture in it. It restricts what you can do with that room, and that little bit extra height will make those rooms more serviceable. And I can fully understand why they've gone down this route. You can't put wardrobes in a loft. It's very difficult to fit them in. So I think it'll actually this will be a better scheme than the one that's already been approved.
Okay, comments, good comments. We're still in debate. Anybody? Councillor? Yep. Okay, Councillor Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, on one of the drawings I'm looking at, it says ensuite attached to neighbour's property. So is this one person's dwelling or is it more than one person's dwelling?
Well,
sorry, I was looking for a page number and I can't find a page number on the drawing.
For you, Chairman, I think it's just the fact it's effectively a semi-detached property. So there's a party wall. I think that's all that it's referring to.
I thought the whole thing was one person, but obviously I'm mistaken. Okay, thank you.
You can elaborate. We can elaborate on that when it comes to officers. If you want to bring that up so we can go into it more fully, Councillor Mayor, if you're not happy.
That's okay, fine, thank you. It's a semi, it's a semi.
Still in debate, guys. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I think it's obviously when I looked at it, it wouldn't be seen from the road, so I'm not sure how it would really damage the surrounding area. I mean, if no one's actually going to be able to see it, I mean, when you drive past, you can you'd barely see the roof, would you? I also think if someone, you know, wants to build effectively an 8-bedroom house there, we shouldn't necessarily worry about the sustainability for them, because if they can afford that, they can afford a couple of cars and the council tax. Yeah, so no, I'd be inclined to support the application.
Golding,
Yes,
please.
thank you. I think we're only talking about a metre higher, so I might be wrong, but I can't see any problem with it.
Yeah, it's certainly not significantly higher, is it? And as like Councillor Benny said, you know, a 2-storey is better than 1 1/4 or 1 1/2 or 1 3/4, isn't it? So yeah, so he's quite right in my view of that one. So members still in debate. No one else. I can't see anybody else. Oh, Councillor Sutton.
Can't hear. Excuse me, sorry, I can't hear.
Just a case of whether we think that is unacceptable compared with what has already been approved. And as I said before, I don't think it's that much different to warrant refusing. Thank you, Chairman.
Do you want to come back with Councillor Mayor on that, on Councillor? No, you're happy. David?
Through your chair, I think just to probably clarify a couple of issues maybe for members. I think for Councillor Mayor, the location plan shown on page 112 probably shows the configuration in terms of the adjacent property quite clearly. I think just the other thing to pick up on is you know, the application isn't being recommended for refusal on the grounds of sustainability. It's purely on design. To some extent, that is a subjective matter, and clearly, if members feel that that the design proposed now isn't significantly different to the one that was previously approved, then so be it, sort of thing. Yes, can't really say much more on that.
I think you summed that up quite nicely there, David. So with that in mind, I'd now like to make members make a proposal on the application before us. Councillor Sutton.
Happy to make a proposal on this one, Chairman, that we go against officer's recommendation on the basis that we don't agree, or I certainly don't agree, that's a proposal, that the new proposal is that different to the extant proposal in terms of the character and such like. We don't think it would do the harm that the officers think it would. So that would be my reasoning. Thank you. As a proposer, Mr. Chairman, the conditions should mirror those that was on the extant permission.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, and I'm sure officers are. So anyway, so I'm looking for. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve the application. It's proposed by Councillor Sutton and seconded by Councillor Scolding. Can we have a show of hands now? Thank you for that, members. The application has been approved. Thank you. So now we'll quickly move on to an application. David's going to do another application to present item number 10, application stroke FYR 21/142 4F, agenda item number 10. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is an application at or along to the rear of the Conservative Club, Whittlesey Conservative Club, which is 34 Whitmore Street, Whittlesey, and the application seeks permission to erect.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, as Conservative members, do we have to declare an interest?
Well, I was going to.
I'm not a member of that club.
To be honest, after David had done his presentation, I was going to bring in Richard to clarify what we need to take into consideration for members to make their own decision whether they want to sit on the committee on this, reviewing this application, determining this application or not. So it's all in hand, Councillor French.
Okay.
But after David, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is an application to erect three-bed, two-storey terrace dwellings with associated parking area, land north of 34 Whitmore Street, Whittlesey, which is the Whittlesey Conservative Club. The application site is shown in red. As you can see from the location plan, the site is sort of at the edge of the town centre. It's also adjacent to Whittlesey Conservation Area. And as you can see from the aerial photos, the site currently forms part of the car park to the Conservative Club, which is the building sort of on the front there at the right-hand side of the access. The site plan shows the proposed layout with the three dwellings proposed shown in the sort of the top right-hand corner of the image, You sort of effectively see the terrace of 3 there with their sort of back and side gardens. There would be 6 car parking spaces provided in front of those dwellings, so that the 6 spaces immediately in front. As can be seen, there would be no separation from the remainder of the club car park, and pedestrian access to the dwellings would essentially be through the car park. The elevations of the dwellings are shown. See, it's a terrace of 3 dwellings with a sort of a central gable, and this the sort of the semi-hipped arrangement. And then the floor plan is just shown for information, fairly conventional layout, identical pretty much across all 3 properties. The photo on screen shows the site of the proposed dwellings. So essentially the dwellings would be sited where the car parking spaces are currently delineated. The boundary treatments that are currently on site, including the quite substantial brick wall sort of in the middle of the image, obscuring the properties to the rear, would remain, and so essentially the dwellings would be kind of slotted into that gap between the 2 sort of flank walls. This photo shows the access into the car park at the side of the Conservative Club. And then the final photograph just shows the northern boundary of the site and the adjacent residential development, just to give a little bit of context for members. To conclude, while the application site is within the built form of Whittlesey and the broad principle of residential development is acceptable, the location of the site within a car park, within a sort of a social club car park, and the cramped nature of the site is considered to create an unacceptable living environment for future residents. In addition, the design and scale of the development is considered to adversely impact upon the character of the sort of surrounding area. While the application is made on the basis of the financial benefits which would arise to the club, it is not considered that this would justify allowing a substandard development, and in addition, the loss of the car parking spaces as a result of the development could potentially undermine the operation of the club in the future. The recommendation is therefore to refuse as set out in the agenda. As the chairman's already indicated, I believe the legal officer wishes to add a few words at this stage.
Yeah, so thank you. So would you like to, Richard, would you like to address the committee, please?
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, members of the committee, I'd just like to confirm that no one is a member of the Whittlesey Conservative Club. Good. That's important because it would, I think, constitute a disclosable pecuniary interest. But so long as that is the case, that element can be discounted. However, in my view, it doesn't entirely discount all aspects from a legal perspective here. In this instance, clearly there's, shall we say, a political affinity with the applicant. And so what I am going to suggest to you is that it is essential that all members of the committee display absolute scrupulous and transparency in any decision taking on this application. So I took a look at the way in which the courts may approach situations of this nature. You have all been made aware of the issues of bias and predetermination. And in this particular instance, it's absolutely vital that you satisfy yourselves and demonstrate quite clearly that you are not biased or in any way predetermined about this application. So were any decision to be taken and challenged in relation to that issue, this is what the court would be doing. The court will intervene as a fair-minded observer to assess whether the committee members made the decision with closed minds or predetermination. Members must address the planning issues before them fairly and on their merits. So it's absolutely essential that the planning merits of this application are carefully assessed in this instance, and demonstrably so in the way in which this application is considered and determined.
Yeah, thank you for excellent advice there, Richard. I'm just going to hand over Councillor French before we start, and then.
Thank you. Yeah, I am the chairman of North East Cambridge Conservative Association. I do not belong to any Conservative clubs, and I can point out that Whittlesea Conservative Club does not pay any subscriptions whatsoever to NECA. They did years ago, but that stopped some years ago. So I have got no personal interest whatsoever, apart from the fact that I am the chairman of NECA.
Thank you, Councillor French, for that. Councillor Miscannon, you're not taking part in the debate or anything else, but I will allow you to
This is
speak.
to clarify exactly what the legal representatives say. I declared my interest at the start. I will take no part in the deliberations whatsoever, because I'm the chairman of planning at Whittlesea, and I stand by the decisions that they made.
Yeah, okay, Chairman. Thank you very much. I'd just like to state that I'm also an officer of NECA, and I have never been in the Whittlesea Conservative Club. I didn't even know it was there till me and Councillor French were out doing site visits. I didn't even know where it was. And I'd just like to state that I will be approaching this with an open mind, and I will be looking at it as a planning application, and no political viewpoint will be taken into account. This is just purely as a planning application.
Councillor Mayor.
Yes, I am a member of the Conservative Party, but I'm not a member of Whittlesea Conservative Club. The Conservative Club sits in my ward. I did say at the beginning that I wasn't present when this application was discussed because I was convalescing. However, the earlier application for 4 dwellings, I was present, and I made the decision with Whittlesea Town Council, and I didn't take any, they withdrew the application. So I won't take part in any discussion on this at all.
Obviously, you're not going to vote either.
No, I won't take part or vote.
Just before I bring Councillor Scolding in, I just mention I'm also an officer of NECA, but I go into this application with a completely open mind, and that's, thank you. So Councillor Scolding.
Yes, I'm not a member of the Conservative Club at Whittlesea or March, because I've always said any club want me as a member, they must be hard up. So, thank you.
I wouldn't say that, Councillor Scolding. We're always happy to have you on the planning committee. So Councillor Topgood, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. As you and Councillor Benny have said, I'm an officer of NECA as well. So there you go.
And you're keeping
I'll keep an open mind.
You're keeping an open mind.
I'm not a member of any Conservative club either.
It's just for openness and transparency regarding debating and voting on this application. So I think, have we all said what we need to say? No, Councillor Davis. Yeah, but you're going to keep an open mind as well on the application, aren't you? Councillor Benny, we're getting bogged down on this.
Seeing as we're declaring everything, I'm a member of Chatteris Conservative Club, but I haven't been in there for a drink for probably 3 years. And that was a cup of coffee 3 years ago when I last went in there. But I do use the car park quite regularly, which is why I pay my subscription to it. Just so that it's on record that I am a member of Chatteris Conservative Club, but I don't frequent the place.
Yeah, I do really think this committee. Councillor Murphy again.
Well, if we're going to go that deep into it, yes, I'm a member of the Chatteris Conservative Club as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether you actually
Back
got,
in 1 feet, times in feet.
yeah, I'm not sure whether you actually got what I said. The membership of NECA and the membership of the clubs are totally separate.
Yeah.
They don't pay NECA. You know, they're a business, a totally different business, and we do not influence them in any way, shape or form.
well, it's just belt and braces, isn't it? So,
Can I
Councillor
just come
Murphy.
back into that? I will say that Chatter's Conservative Club does pay towards NECA. It charges its members £1 each to join NECA, NECA. I know we are, but we do that.
Okay, that's just for clarification. So I think we've done this to death. I think it's clear to see by everybody's happy, and those who haven't are going to butt out of it altogether anyway. So now we'll just move on very quickly now. We have one speaker on this application, and I'd like to invite David Broker. Of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes when you're, David, when you're ready, you can start. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members, I hope you'll forgive the cough. I have tested negative, so I'm quite safe. The only reason for this application is to secure funds for the continued operation of the Conservative Club. The decision was made with a heavy heart, and yes, it does distract from the club premises. But without it, given the current trend away from social establishments, the club could close. Club membership has declined by 25% over the past 5 years. Opening hours have been reduced by 30% because of the lack of attendance, and income has only been able to be maintained through an increase in fees and charges, but this alone cannot sustain the business. The club can survive with less parking space, but it cannot survive with less funding. The previous application was withdrawn to enable us to address the concerns of the planning department. This we have tried to do, but according to the report to this committee, we have failed. The site is considered to be in a suitable location for development, and not within the conservation area, but the conservation officer is still involved, being critical of the design. From the previous application, they did not want a single terrace of 4 dwellings. Sorry, a simple terrace of 4 dwellings. We have reduced this to 3 and changed the appearance away from a terrace, but this is now not what they think is suitable. Access and bin storage is questioned, but it is clearly demonstrated that this is one of the best accessible sites in the town centre, with space for bins adjacent to the main road. The enclosure of the development is questioned. However, or how does it differ from those other backland developments that have been previously approved? There is one question of overlooking of one dwelling into another's garden, but this could easily be rectified by a window being moved to the side. And hands up, that was my mistake on the plan, so it could be changed quite easily. Whilst we appreciate that the planning department has to tick all the boxes, the tick box system doesn't always allow for a broader picture. In relation to the aesthetics, which the committee report contains and criticises, it does not consider the extensive number of in-town and backland and small space-grabbing residential developments that have been previously permitted. For this reason, I ask for consistency in your decision today. I will not take up your valuable time with an extensive list, but will draw your attention to 2 sites within the immediate vicinity. And I believe you should have been provided with a piece of ordnance survey map for your reference. The OS-based plan, which I have presented, along with photographs, indicate in red the application site, which is noted as A, with its means of access, and a view into the access from the main road, and a further view across the site, which is the car park. Site B, which is most interesting, is shown in green, and that is 2 dwellings plus accesses from the rear of 3, if not more, shops along the frontage around the corner of the street. This access is barely wide enough for a small vehicle, and the access from it is 25 metres from the main roundabout on the A605 in the middle of the town. And there is totally blind visibility from this access over the footpath, so it's totally dangerous to pedestrians. And added to that, where is the bin storage? Along with this, I submitted photographs which show the access there, viewed from the road and from inside the site, and the view from the dwellings which look to the back fence of the shops. Site C, also indicated in green, is 4 dwellings taking up a part of the Ivy Leaf Club car park, having its access through that club car park. I do not have proof, but it is likely that those plots were sold to sustain the Ivy Leaf Club itself. All 3 sites are in town development with small amenity areas, so I therefore ask you to consider our application site against those others, and I thank you for your attention today.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Mr. Broker. Now I'd like to invite members to put questions to Mr. Broker. Members, any questions for Mr. Broker then? I can't see any. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Murphy, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask one. It says in there number 2 on the recommendations, it says where you said about it earlier on about the curbside bin collection, but it also would result in poor living conditions for the future occupiers. Well, when you're going about, you see a lot of places where I personally think it's poor living conditions, but it's up to the person who actually buys the place and moves into it to decide whether it's poor living conditions or not. So I don't see how this can be a detriment to the planning of it, because the simple reason is you either live there or you don't live there. You know what's there, and that's it.
David, I'm sure you'd like to respond to that.
I'm not sure whether there was actually a question in there or whether it was just a statement, to be honest, but so I think to pick up on the general gist, clearly the purpose of the planning system is to ensure that good quality development takes place, which is located in the correct locations, which is of a good standard, which provides adequate amenity to future residents. Essentially, if we're going to take the view that it's down to whether people want to live there or not, kind of a buyer beware situation, to be quite honest, what's the planning committee doing here, to tell you the truth? I think that's probably the best way of putting it. It's the crux of the planning system and the purpose of why we're all here.
Do you want to come back on that, Councillor Murphy? No? So with questions to officers, has anybody else got any? I can't see there is. Thank you very much for that. So now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to this application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, guys. Councillor Benny, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, I've listened to Mr. Broker saying that this is for the Conservative Club to keep it going. I mean, that is not a planning consideration at all. This is about land usage. But when it comes to land usage, I look at this, and the amenity space here is far better than the 3 flats that were built at the back of a pub off Orange Grove in Wisbeach that we passed some time ago. I mean, that had 0 amenity space, but it all falls under the same local plan. We're all in Fenland, all of these applications. Now, I know we have different views for different towns, but this is an application. It does have amenity space. It's clearly shown on the plan. And it's town centre. It shows parking, which town centre doesn't have to provide parking for. So I think it's actually delivering homes for 3 people, and there is parking there. We've also got the access onto the to Whitmore Street. You know, commercial property always shows more traffic than residential. So to me, I really can't see anything wrong with this as an application. Unless somebody can dissuade me otherwise, I'd be tempted to support this application.
Thank you, councillor Benny. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. As one of only 2 members left currently at this particular planning committee, I'm not now a member of the Conservative Party or of any of the clubs, albeit that wasn't my doing. But that's just an aside. I remember going out to visit the site when the last application come in, which was subsequently withdrawn for 4 houses. And I just took my wife with me, and as mostly I do. And you know, we sat there and sort of tried to envisage 4 dwellings in there, and I'm pretty well sure that had that come forward to the committee, there's no way on earth I could have supported it. But I went back again, whenever it was, last week, and obviously had the drawings and everything with me, and looked at the old drawings and the new drawings, and you know, architecturally, in my view, the new drawing, looking at it at the front, is much more pleasing to the eye architecturally than the basic flat fronted block that was there before. So I think it's been really helpful as well to have this presentation in front of us for A, B and C. I remember back in the day that C came before us and we passed that. And I think, I couldn't swear to it 100%, but I think it could well have been against officer's recommendation at the time. I personally don't see why, you know, that there's anything greatly wrong with this. It's a huge improvement on what was originally planned. I've been in the Conservative Club, I don't know, probably on 3 or 4 occasions, and one of them was to a cousin of mine's 65th birthday, I think it was, or might even be 70th, I don't know. And the function room was full, but there was, you know, the car park was by no means full. So I think the loss of the car parking space, it'll have minimal effect on you know, the club itself. So in essence, I think once again, I think I'm going to suggest that we go against officer's recommendation and pass this application.
Councillor Scolding and then Councillor French.
Thank you very much. I went on Thursday and I went back again yesterday. So I was a little bit worried about the roundabout, but then getting there, I got out the car and it's a car park. So it's had a lot of cars going past. There's no problem there. And I'm a little bit surprised on photograph 5, it's an actual car in the car park, because when I went there was none. 2 days, the Thursday and yesterday, I didn't see a car in the car park. So I thought to myself, this is the ideal place to put 3 dwellings. And I thought to myself, I looked at the plans of it and I thought how nice they looked. And I thought to myself, they would fit in there lovely. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scolding, Councillor French and then Councillor Davies.
Thank you. Just looking at the conservation officer, I mean, it's not within the conservation area, but I remember many years ago, and I can't remember how many years ago, we did have quite a lot of discussions on the mud wall, which was a listed building. Maybe the Whittlesey members will remember that more than me, but it's not within the conservation area. And I just wonder why we've got such a lengthy report from the conservation officer. Is it because of the brick wall? Which part of the brick wall was rebuilt, but the top end is still looks like it was built in, I don't know, 1600 and whatever, and looks as if it's falling down.
Thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Davies. Thank you.
Well, I actually have concerns about reducing the car park. I've attended quite a few functions there. And actually the car park, when there's a function on, it's full. It is full. I wonder where all those cars are going to go when there are functions on. They'll all be parked out on the main road, presumably. There doesn't seem to be any way that they're going to actually make a clear demarcation and mark off the actual car parking for the club. So anybody going in and out of there is going to have to dodge around vehicles when there is a function on. It's not going to be very easy for the people that live there to actually gain access to their own parking spaces. And indeed, those parking spaces may well get used by people who perhaps shouldn't use them. And I think for the club to survive, it will have to put on functions. It's not going to survive just by its odd few sales of coffee. It's going to have to put on functions, and that's going to generate a lot of vehicles. And for Councillor Spalding's benefit, the club doesn't actually open on a Tuesday, so you wouldn't have seen any vehicles in the car park.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Davis, for that. So we're still in debate, everybody. Anybody want to add to that? Can't see anybody at all. No. Right, officers, would you like any points of clarification or that, David? Thank you.
Chairman, yeah, I think just to pick up a few of the issues that have cropped up during the debate. The local plan makes a clear distinction between the amenity standards expected for dwellings and flats, and basically allows for a lower standard of amenity for flats than for dwellings. The rationale behind that being that dwellings will generally be occupied by, or more likely to be occupied by, families who need outdoor sort of amenity space. As indicated within the report, the amenity space here is considered to be substandard, both in terms of its size and its usability. I think the other point just to really make, and probably furthers the point that Councillor Davis has just made in terms of, you know, the use of the car park, the car parking activity, basically in front of the proposed dwellings. Essentially, I think the question that members need to be asking themselves is, do you really want people living in a car park? Which is essentially what this application proposes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, David, for clarifying those points. Any questions, any more questions for officers before I go in for a proposal? No, thank you then for that. So members, now I'd like to invite members to make a proposal on the said application. If you'd like to do so, please raise your hand. A proposal. Councillor Sutton.
Yes, I'm going to propose that we go against officer's recommendation, Chairman. I don't know if I'll get a second or not, but we'll wait and see.
I'll take Councillor Spalding. You're going to second Councillor Sutton's. Okay, thank you. So we have a proposer by Councillor Sutton, seconded by Councillor Spalding, to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. So we'll now go to the vote on that.
You want the reasons?
For reasons, yes.
So to address the three reasons from the officers. Reason one, it talks about seek to deliver high quality environments that make a positive contribution to local distinctiveness and character on an area, as well as protecting heritage assets. Well, I think the heritage assets is perhaps you know, not effective at all. I can't see why that's anything detrimental to the distinctiveness of and the character of the area, because it's very much the same as everything that's around it. So, you know, I would say that, you know, we disagree with that. Number two, I think that there is some merit in the bin distance, but we've turned down other applications on distance of travel for bins based on the recap guidance, and I'm pretty well sure that some of them have been to appeal, and the inspectors have said that is only guidance and nothing stamped in law. So I think, you know, that whilst it's not ideal, to pull a bin through that car park, you know, it's all hard and you know, less somebody in there disabled, I don't have a problem. And it could even be that it'd be easy for the bin men to go down there in their lorry and collect them from the doorstep. So that's something that might want clarifying later on. And then reason 3, on a conservative car park, etc. Well, it ain't any different to buildings being built near the car park to the rear of the George. I don't any difference to the buildings built on the Ivy Leaf Club. I ain't any difference at the Children's Club. You know, it's the same in the town centre wherever you go. So, you know, I wouldn't agree with that, Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy with those reasons. Would you like to add to that, Councillor Scolding, or you're happy with Councillor Sutton's reasons then? So now, with further ado, we'll go to the vote. So we've got a proposal with Councillor Sutton, seconded by Councillor Scolding, to go against officers' recommendation to approve this application. We'll go to the vote. Thanks. So all those in favour of that? Against? 1. So that application has been approved. Thank you very much. So now without further ado, I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR 220019. It's a PIP and it's agenda item number 12. So David, when you're ready. Oh, 11. Sorry, I must have jumped on there.
Chairman, I did declare, sorry, that given the circumstances around the agent being my nephew,
yes.
I know the applicants well. I'm on a committee with one of the applicants and I have socialised with the applicants in the past, not in the last 2 years, obviously. Whilst singularly, none of them I don't think would make a difference, but I think all of it put together, the man standing on the pub bar would ask the question whether I had a bias and would question my integrity. And I think for the good being of my own integrity and indeed the applicant's integrity, I think it's best. And I have taken legal advice from Richard and he absolutely supported, you know, that I shouldn't take part in it. So I'm going to withdraw from.
Can I suggest we take that last and Councillor Sutton can actually leave after we've done 12 and 13. We take that application last and then you can go.
He doesn't need it. Well, I'd just like to come in there. No one questioned your integrity, Councillor Sutton. You always do the right thing. So feel free to do and sit out this one. Thanks very much. So now further ado, then we'll go to Alison. She's the Senior Development Officer here to present application F/YR 21194F, agenda item number 11. So Alison, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
This application is for the erection of a 3 to 4 bedroom, 2-storey dwelling with detached double garage, land west of Antwerp House, Gosmore Lane, Elm. There are no updates to report. The above slide shows the site edged red and an aerial image of the location. Antwerp House is to the east and Darleydale, a single-storey dwelling, is located to the west. Open fields lie opposite. To the northeast is Collett's Bridge, which has its own status as another village, albeit in essence, this comprises one rural road with development concentrated on the northeastern side. The site can be seen on the slide and is clearly separate from Collett's Bridge Lane. The slide currently on display details the proposed layout of the site. In response to comments from the highways team, appropriate visibility spays are now detailed, albeit this will require the removal and replanting of the frontage hedge. The slide presently on display shows the design of the dwelling and a street scene view. It is acknowledged that appropriate separation is achieved between dwellings and there are no matters of design or residential amenity to reconcile. However, the absence of technical objection does not outweigh more fundamental policy matters pertinent to the MPPF and policy LP3. For the sake of completeness, the slide currently on display details the proposed garage workshop. By way of context, the slide currently on display shows the application site with the red star and the approximate location of the national speed limit sign travelling westerly towards the village with as the black donut, shall we say. As identified in the officer report, the stretch of Gosmore Lane between the site and Oldfield Lane does not benefit from street lighting or footways. Sorry for the poor quality of this slide. Collett's Bridge was identified as within the Fenland district-wide local plan, the earlier version prior to the new local plan, as a development area boundary settlement. This was actually to the other side of Gosmore Lane. And if I move back to the previous slide, so it was separate from Gosmore Lane, and where you see the boxes to the eastern side, or the dwellings to the eastern side of Collett's Bridge Lane, the development area boundary clearly was around that section of the lane. If I could also say, just going back to the earlier slide, whilst there are other dwellings adjacent to the application site, resulting in the site not being physically isolated, the lack of connectivity is such that it is considered functionally isolated and directly comparable to the appeal case highlighted in the agenda report relating to Crooked Bank, which the agenda report brings members' attention to. The site photos detail the host property and the site frontage. The image on the right clearly captures the road environment with its absence of footways and lighting. Again, these photographs show the context of the site. You can see one is looking back to the Norfolk boundary. One shows the bungalow, Darleydale, with an area of a separate area of green space planted between the application site and Darleydale, the bungalow. And then one is the hedging that runs to the front of Antwerp House, to the front of the site, and then the view towards the village. This submission seeks planning permission for the erection of a detached dwelling and garage in an elsewhere location, as defined under policy LP3 of the Fenland local plan. Whilst no substantial harm has been identified in terms of character and visual amenity considerations, and there are no adverse impacts identified in respect of residential amenity in terms of the existing residents, these do not obviate the harm that arises by virtue of the site's location within an elsewhere location. Future residents of the property would be entirely dependent on private motor vehicles to access goods and services, which is clearly and fundamentally at odds with both national and local planning policy. And this is clearly evidenced by the appeal case quoted in respect of the site of Crooked Bank contained within the agenda report. To allow the scheme would set an unacceptable precedent for development in this unsustainable location and would be stridently at variance to the prevailing planning policies. Accordingly, the application is recommended for refusal as unsustainable development within an elsewhere location. The recommendation is set out on page 133 of the agenda. Thank you, members.
Yeah, thank you, Alison. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Adam Sutton. Of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes, so thank you.
I'd like to start by thanking members of the committee for the opportunity to speak in favour of this application for a single infill dwelling before you today. As you're all aware, the application is before you today on the advice of the Chairman of the Planning Committee following a recommendation for refusal by the Planning Officer. The Planning Officer states that this site is located within an unsustainable location where future occupants would be relying on private motor vehicles to access services and facilities. I would argue that the whole of Collett's Bridge rely upon private motor vehicles to access services and facilities, and yet Collett's Bridge is still included in the adopted local plan under policy LP3 as an other village within the development hierarchy, which is a strategy for sustainable development. Therefore, the use of private motor vehicle for these reasons, making a development unsustainable, would be contrary to the inclusion of Collett's Bridge within policy LP3 of the local plan. The local plan states in policy LP12 that unlike the previous local plan, there will be no fixed development area boundaries around each of our settlements. Yet the planning officer, as shown on screen, is justifying, tries to justify the view that this infill development is contrary to policy LP3 using the Fenland district-wide local plan. This is not referenced within current local plan and should not be used to determine the planning application. It's not part of it. The application before you is for a proposed dwelling in Collett's Bridge, which is listed in policy LP3 under other villages. Policy LP3 states that for other villages, residential development will be considered on its merits and will normally be restricted to single dwelling infill sites situated within an otherwise built up frontage. This, in my opinion, perfectly describes the application before you. The planning officer also draws comparisons to a previous appeal decision for a development at Crooked Bank. Crooked Bank is located in the settlement of Begdale, which is not listed within policy LP3, and therefore comparisons cannot truly be made between the two. The officer concludes that to allow this application would set an unacceptable precedent for development in this unsustainable location. The precedent for single infill development within Collett's Bridge has already been set by the local plan. The proposed dwelling is in keeping with its surroundings, does not cause harm or adversely affect the local area. There are no statutory consultancy objections. We work proactively with Highways to revise the site plan to show visibility displays. There are no objections from local residents. The only objection we have is the planning department. I would once again like to thank the members of the committee for their time this afternoon and urge you to approve this application for a single infill dwelling within Collett's Bridge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sutton. Members, questions or clarifications to Mr. Sutton? No, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers?
Can I ask, where is Crooked Bank?
Better get Councillor Sutton back. Perhaps you can just
It's
reiterate.
off Redmore Lane up to, you know, the little ranch leisure centre. If you're driving towards Wisbech, you've got a little ranch, turn off to Little Ranch Leisure Centre to the right, and it's a turning to the left. It's part of Becca. Thank you.
You've learned something today, Councillor French. You better put that in your knowledge box. So any questions to officers as we are there? No more questions to officers? Okay, members, we'll quickly move on to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, members, just for clarity. Councillor Benny, thank you very much for your input this afternoon.
That's okay. Someone's got to kick it off.
They certainly have.
I looked at this when we obviously we went and did the site visits last week, and as much as this in some ways doesn't comply with LP3, it's a good site for development. You know, we're supposed to be promoting high quality developments within Fenland, and this will be a very nice high quality development. And they don't get stuck in the middle of towns. They don't get built in car parks. They get built in rural locations. And looking at this, this is infill. We've got houses either side of it. And from the drawings that have been submitted with this, I think this would be a really, really lovely home for somebody. I do get the connectivity of we have to make sure there's footpaths and everything, but we live in a rural location. Everybody drives. And you wouldn't buy a house down there if you didn't drive. So, you know, the fact there's no street lights and no footpath, that to me would be great. That means we ain't gonna have people walking past my house, no light shining in my house. You know, as much as there's a negative, there's always a positive. And looking at this, I see this is going to be a super home for somebody. We've rejected one today because it isn't fit to live in. And we should be passing those houses like this because somebody's moving out of a smaller house to move into a bigger house. That's what makes the economy. That's what makes things grow. And looking at this, on the opposite side of the road, you've got the row of the bungalows, main view, the little hermitage on the side. I mean, they're all new bungalows. They've been built, maybe not recently, but they weren't there 50 years ago. And you can't keep turning down developments that bring quality developments. You know, we should be promoting this in Fenland. So as much as I look at this, and I think LP12 is another subjective reason for passing or refusing things. And I would be inclined to go against officers' recommendation on this one and to approve this one. I think it'll bring a lovely home for somebody.
Thank you once again, Councillor Benny, Councillor French, then Councillor Topgood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Well, yes, when my chauffeur eventually found this last week in the pouring rain, looking at it, I have to say we did have to go up and down the road a few times because obviously it was covered by a hedge, but we eventually found it. I agree with Councillor Benny. I think this looks like an infill. The quality of the home, and he's absolutely right. And we get this repeatedly when people want to build nice houses, nice large houses. On several occasions, they've been knocked back because they're too big. I don't think this is too big. Looking at the map, I would say it is an infill. And I know Alison has told me where Crooked Lane is, etc. I don't think it's really got any relevance in that. And I certainly would support this. It looks good, and it could be a lovely home.
Councillor Topgood, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, looking at this, I can't see any reason to turn this down. It's a rural location. Obviously, people need cars to get to and from most rural locations. We're not going to have buses go down every single road in a rural community, are we? You know, I'll be supporting this application today because I honestly can't see anything wrong with this. It's going to be a lovely house for somebody to live in, a lovely location. And that's really all I have to say about it.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Topgood. Councillor Miss Scanlon.
Thank you, Chairman. I live in a rural location. I have a bus comes past in the morning and one comes past in the evening. Not very convenient, so therefore I use cars and motorbikes. But it's a fact of life in rural locations that you're going to use cars. And I think it's acceptable this day, whether they're going to be electric in future or just diesel and petrol. I think it's accepted. You use a motor vehicle in a rural location.
Lovely, thank you very much for that. I think I've got a steer where this might be going. So before we've all finished with debate, so officers, any clarifications you'd like to make or answer any members' questions? No. So we're now going to debate. So we'll now go for a proposal. Sorry, who'd like to put a proposal forward? Come on, one of you, don't argue, not like children. Councillor French.
Yeah, I propose we go against officers' recommendations.
And I'll tell you what, I'm going to take Councillor Miss Scanlon next. So as a second that. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation, proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Miss Scanlon. So we'll go for reasons, please. Well, Councillor Miss This Councillor Scanlon had it obviously on his lips. Would you, anything else you'd like to go for that? Councillor French, would you like to add to Councillor Ms Scanlon's? So that's okay then. So now we've got, as I said, we'll reiterate, we've got a proposal to go against offer the recommendation to approve this application proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Ms Scanlon. Now we'll go to the vote on that proposal. So all those in favour?
Chairman, I assume that's with conditions.
Well, it is conditions. I was going to mention the conditions. Obviously, that goes without saying, doesn't it? So have we all voted? So that's, it looks to me that's unanimous. So that application has been approved. Yeah, with conditions appropriate by officers. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to leave now.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor Benny.
That's okay. And could I also say that it wasn't the driver that was at fault, it was my navigator.
Well, Hair Dare wouldn't say that, but you're probably right. Welcome back, Councillor Sutton. Right, so now hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR 22/0019. That's a PIP application, item agenda number 12. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for permission in principle for the erection of up to 2 dwellings, land northwest of 11 Glebe Close in Mayney. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. It sits to the rear of properties on Glebe Close and is currently grassland. Both images show how the site sits at the sort of the edge of the settlement, adjacent to the open countryside, and also shows the prevailing pattern of development along Glebe Close, which is of frontage development. The application is for permission in principle, so no further details have been provided over and above the red line boundary. The upper left photo shows the area through which the site would be accessed, and then the lower images just show the nature of the site at present. To conclude, it's considered that the location of the site to the rear of the properties on Glebe Close would result in a discordant feature with the existing pattern of development, and which would have an adverse impact on the character of the area. The recommendation is therefore to refuse as set out within the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Joshua Newell. He's a supporter to make his presentation to committee. When you're seated and comfortable, you've got 5 minutes, Mr. Newell. Thanks.
Good afternoon, all. I'd like to thank you for having me here today. I'd like to start this by saying my dad has lived in the Glebe his entire life.
Mr. Chairman, can the gentleman pull the microphone toward you? You can hear it better if you.
Well, you want this moving?
Yeah, just pull it toward you.
Yep. Right. My dad has lived in the Glebe his whole life. The land in the question where he was born and brought up, my mum 30+ years. My parents are looking to build 2 houses, one for myself and one for my brother. We have also lived in the Glebe since birth. The houses would be 3-bedroom family homes. We don't believe it's backyard development because historically Glebe Close was built on greenfield land as affordable homes and as a cul-de-sac close from the main road to Darcy Lode, which is mainly ward boundary. I understand that another planning application for 26 dwellings is at present in front of planning department by a developer who has already built off Westfield Road towards Darcy Lode, which is adjacent to land that we proposed for property on. We have enough spaces as well for 6 vehicles, 3 per property. Access is through the Glebe and CCC highways have not given any reason to refuse on access grounds, and also recently, just before COVID, another property has been built in the glebe. The close has also recently been resurfaced in the last 18 months, which my family were heavily involved in. Property availability of 3-bedroom houses in Maney are very few and far between. With allowing this development, it would allow myself and my brother to own our own places within Maney, which would mean that we would not need to leave the village. As Maney is a designated growth village, property is becoming scarce, and the new car park at the railway station, which is in turn pushing the cost of houses up, meaning a number of families are being pushed out of where they've been born and lived all their lives. Therefore, I would also state that the land in question is part of the property we own and tenanted by a family member. Having seen Maney being developed over a number of years with what could be described as back garden development and planning have recently been given to 2 developments off Wisbeach Road and our possessed side of the road, which are on Smart Close, and also property given on land down Dairy Yard. We therefore believe our planning application is no different. Regarding refuse collection, the wheelie bins would be put to the entrance of the property, but still remaining on our property, not causing any obstruction on the road. Thank you for giving me the time to come here and talk to you about this. And if the committee seem fit to grant permission for these to be built, as a family, we are happy to work with FEC planners via our architect to build affordable housing so that we could be able to stay living in Maine. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Neal. Members, any questions? No, you're not, you've got to come back. And you can't get away with it that way. I can't allow that, but I don't think the questions will be that severe. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Newell, please. Councillor Topgood.
Yeah, Mr. Newell, am I right in thinking that these are going to be for yourself and your family?
Yeah, it's me and my brother. Yeah, we'll have a house each, sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else got any questions for Mr. Newell at all before we release him into the wild? There we go. No, we're happy with that. Now you can go, sir. Bless you. Thank you. Members, questions, clarifications to officers?
Yeah, just like to ask one thing. Under 5.2, it said it is not possible, given the limited information, to determine whether 2 dwellings could be accommodated to include adequate parking and turning. Has anything else cropped up with that? Have they come back and said yes it is, or no it isn't, or?
Well, the application is purely an application for permission in principle, so there's no requirement at this point in time to provide any further details over and above a plan showing the site outlined in red. So as it stands at the moment, we've got no technical details concerning whether 2 houses can be accommodated, where the bin storage is going to be, or anything of that nature.
So carrying on from that then, so if you passed it today, then you go into an argument whether it can be done or not then after that. So it just says the town before the horse.
Through you, Chairman, I think you just hit on the flaws of the permission in principle regime there, Councillor Murphy.
Okay.
It's my understanding it will come back at a later date. All it is basically, is this piece of land fit for putting 2 houses on? It will come, if we pass it today, it'll obviously come back to officers for further discussion and agreement. That's how I see it, and I've seen several of these. I think I'm right in saying, David, aren't I? Councillor Miss Canlon, then Councillor French.
Thank you, Chairman. Part of the question's been answered or asked by Councillor Murphy. Why are we looking at a planning in principle when we should be looking at a planning application? Once you've granted a planning in principle, you're basically saying, yeah, it's okay to develop it, now come back to us with it. I think they're circumventing the system by putting a planning in principle in before they're putting a planning application. They could have had discussions with officers and got the gist of what they wanted on that land and come forward with a proper planning application. I think it's putting in the wrong direction.
I think I can interject there. This is a fairly new one. I think probably 18 months ago, we had Bennett, and then we've had a couple of others. One of them, Bennett, we refused, and a couple of others that I think were passed, if my memory. So it's a legitimate planning move that they make. So one has to make their own mind up whether that land is fit for 2 houses or not. Really, that's the basis of it, because we have no more information to look upon, have we? So okay, so
can I come back on
yes, you can.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're quite right. This is to determine whether the planning land is suitable, but then that could have been determined in discussions with officers to determine that at an earlier stage.
That is a point.
Through you, Chairman, it's the applicant's choice as to whether or not they want to go down the Plan Permission in Principle route, an outline route, or a full application. It's not for us to advise them and say we're not going to entertain an application of a certain nature. It's purely the applicant's choice.
Then that would have given them clarification on what they wanted to propose.
Through you, Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, that's quite true. But then, you know, from the applicant's point of view, that does sort of ramp up in terms of the expenses incurred. So if you feel you've got a reasonable case to put forward in terms of an application for the Plan Permission in Principle, there's no reason why one shouldn't try that route. You know, that's what the government's intention is of the introduction of this sort of type of application.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor French, then Councillor Davis.
Yeah, right, I've got the red line. It's a bit of an awkward shape. Do you actually know the size of this plot? I mean, while you're looking that up, you know, I listened to what Councillor Scanlon says, but you know, it's absolutely right. It's a new route for people if they don't want to go down the expensive route of a full-blown planning application. But if the principle is agreed, then obviously the detail is then sought.
It's government policy that they can go down that route legitimately.
Absolutely. Sorry, David.
Through you, Chairman, it's 0.04 of a hectare. Don't ask me to put that in metric.
Well, almost an acre then, isn't it?
Yeah, I think.
About an acre.
Yeah, I think
Probably won't help at 400 square metres.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I'm just trying to visualise how much I've got around my place. Excuse me.
If you say it's big enough for 2 properties.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we can say
yeah.
that.
And I say we're talking about planning in principle. We're not talking about detail, and I actually don't have a problem with it.
No, I mean that's you know it's big. We've seen them crammed on there. We've seen half a dozen crammed on there, or even more.
Having said that, Mr.
But
Chairman,
that doesn't mean to say this one's got to be passed, does it? But Councillor Davis.
Now we've established that actually the site, in practical terms, does look like it could support 2 properties, then I mean, this is planning in principle. If they can't fit 2 on, they'll fit 1 on. The idea, I think it's because it's maybe considered as, you know, backfill, or that's the reason they've taken this route, just to establish that they can actually go ahead with a planning application, which may be acceptable.
Yeah, obviously, same.
Yeah,
officers,
I think
obviously.
the key to this application is looking at the pattern of development on Glebe Close. Are you happy for sort of a tandem type development to take place? Yes or no? The other thing to bear in mind is obviously the access will pass basically right is basically going to be on the line of the existing sort of driveway that leads to the garage to the existing property, and therefore you're going to have 2 additional dwellings passing right in front of the, what could well be the living room window, and side entrance to the existing property. So you've got to consider whether or not that is an acceptable relationship that you're comfortable with. Casting no aspersions whatsoever, and I mean this quite genuinely in relation to the applicant, is that you've got to put to one side what you've heard today about these 2 properties being for residents of the existing house. As I say, I don't say that disrespectfully, if I can get my teeth in, to the applicant, is that from a condition point of view, we can't restrict occupancy of those new dwellings to the current occupants of this or family members of this particular house.
Absolutely correct. Councillor Sutton and Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I don't think as a committee we should be questioning which route a developer or an applicant decides to go down, so long as they are within government guidelines. If the route is there, then they're perfectly entitled to take that route. The question about this specific site, I got mixed feelings about it, to be perfectly honest, because if we pass this, then the adjacent dwelling has a similar piece of land. Oh, sorry, I thought it was in debate.
Any more questions for officers? Now we'll go to
Yes, I always read what the local parish council, town council, whatever, give their opinions on all applications, and on this one, mainly parish council strongly objects, not just objects, strongly objects. And looking at this and what the highways have said, I can understand why the officers have come up with their recommendation to refuse this.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. Now, Councillor Sutton, would you like to come back? Because we're in debate, obviously, now.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chairman. And I do apologise that I jumped the gun. Yeah, as I was saying, if it's acceptable here, then it would be difficult to argue against it not in the gardens of number 12 and the one to the left of the thing, and probably even further round at 5 and 5A. And I think the question is, would we want to see development in all those places? I don't quite know what the answer is to that, but I've certainly got mixed feelings about it at the minute. Thank you.
I'd just like to remind members that we're looking not what might happen in the future. I know Councillor Sutton's absolutely aware of that, and he's just making his comments felt, but we have to look what's in front of us on this planning application today, and we mustn't get too bogged down on what might happen in 2 or 3 years' time. So just to remind members, so we're still in debate. Would you like any questions, clarifications to members? Right, so basically now we're in proposal territory. Anybody like to make a proposal on this application, please? Councillor Davis.
First we go with officer's recommendation.
Okay. So we've got a proposal to agree with officer's recommendation to refuse this application. It is proposed by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mayor, and we'll go to the vote on that proposals. So all those in favour of that proposal? So it looks to me that application has failed.
You need
No, it's not.
Sorry, those, well, yeah.
It's
but
not.
Sorry, it has.
Those against.
Those against, officers?
1, 2, 3, 4. Not.
Somebody must have abstained or not voted, surely.
How many have not voted?
How many have not voted? How many is abstaining then? So you're abstaining, Councillor Sutton, and Councillor Marks can't. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
You got casting vote?
Yeah, I've got casting vote. It's a difficult one, really. I went and saw, I'm going to sum it all up. I went and had a look at this application some 2 or 3 weeks ago now. And basically, I thought it was a site that that could be built out. I thought the access was good onto Glebe. I had no problem with that, and hence I called it in for the committee for their consideration in openness and transparency. So on balance, I am going against officer recommendation to approve this application.
Strictly speaking, I think what you have to do is you have to vote so as to prevent that motion from being carried.
That's right. So
and then a separate motion will have.
Absolutely, that's where I was going on. Yeah, so we're voting against this proposal. So that's where I was going, because we have to do obviously the first thing first, don't we?
Yeah.
So with that bearing in mind, the consideration I've just given it to go against officer recommendation, that application has been refused.
I think the proposal has to be made.
Well, we're having a vote, and we've had a vote, haven't we?
You've got to have a proposal, and you've got to put some reasons for that, and then there has to be a vote for that.
Yeah, I'm going to do one now, but we've got to go. I've had to say that for start for the proposal, haven't I? So have we got another proposal then, please?
Yeah, I propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application as it's a planning policy in principle, application in principle.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Councillor Topwood.
Is that with conditions, Councillor French?
Yeah, councillor conditions.
Also, the
yes, so it's going to be conditions anyway. It's going to be condition anyway. So we've got, so yeah, we've got what reasons?
Well, we agree that the site is large enough to accommodate some form of development.
Councillor Topwood, would you like to add to that? You're happy with that? So I'm pleased that, so anyway, so we've got a proposition to go against officer's recommendation to approve this application proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Topwood. Can we have a show of hands on that one, please? Okay, so it comes down again as I was.
No, again.
Yeah.
You need to cast votes again.
So yeah, so all those in favour of that, then 4.
All those again.
All those against.
4.
So. Oh.
5 against.
So 5 against.
Not carried.
So that's so when we come to the end of that, it's getting very difficult now. That application has been refused.
No.
Sorry?
The proposal
has been
to
refused,
grant
yeah.
planning permission
It's been refused.
in principle has failed.
Has failed.
Yeah. So the application has neither been approved nor refused.
That's the difficult bit.
So we might have to have another motion. Anyone making this?
Well, it's got to, because it's not done to completion, has it? We've not made any agreement. So, Councillor Mayor, throw some light on this. Come on, what are you going to do? We've failed, so we've got to have another one.
Do it again, surely.
We'll have to take some legal advice on that.
I think it's perfectly proper. I think it's perfectly acceptable for a further motion to be put to the committee and for a further vote to take place.
Okay, so Councillor Mayor, I'm going to take your proposal. Councillor Davis, so we've got another proposal, the same proposal again, to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davis. There we go again. So all those in favour of that motion? Yeah, should have done. Right, all those against? Right, so that application has been refused. Thank you very much. Thanks very much. It got really complicated at the end, didn't it? But thank you. Thanks for Councillor Mayor to make that suggestion to get us all out of the mire. Thank you. Right, thank you very much for that. We're all happy to carry on, are we? Yeah, I know it's 4:30, so I'm mindful of time. So we now hand over to Alison Hoffman to present application 13 YR 220031F. Alison, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is to erect 3 buildings and site 2 mobile homes for residential use and the formation of associated hard standing, and the application is part retrospective. The land is west of the Shealing, Lord's Lane with Beach, and the applicant is Mr. Harrison. Officer recommendation is refused, and the reason that the application is before Planning Committee is given the number of representations received contrary to the officer recommendation. I have the following updates to report. The Town Council have reaffirmed their support for the scheme following on from the reconsultation, and the Environment Agency have responded to the reconsultation, maintaining their objection as the proposed development falls within a flood risk vulnerability category, highly vulnerable, and that is inappropriate to a flood zone 3 location. The application is therefore clearly contrary to National Planning Policy Framework and associated planning practice guidance. We've also received 3 further responses, 2 from local residents and 1 originating from address in Peterborough. Again, these offer support for the applicant and provide further testimony to his character and work ethic and the contribution that the applicant and his son make to the upkeep and appearance of the lane. Other more general comments are made, and these are contained within the update. Given that the Environment Agency maintained their objection and noting the additional comments received raise no additional material planning considerations which have not been previously considered as part of the officer report, the recommendation in respect of the scheme remains the same. Looking at the detail of the proposal, the red application site shows the area of land to the rear of the site and the access road to that site shown red. Remaining land to the frontage of the site, either side of the access road, is used as orchard. This gives a detail of the orchard land, the access, the 2 agricultural buildings which are shaded brown, and the position of the 2 mobile units that are proposed on the site. At present, there are 2 caravans on the site, and these are in past their serviceable use, I think would be said. So I think that the aspiration is to replace these with more comfortable units. As can be seen on the elevations and floor layouts on display at the moment, there is a tractor shed and an agricultural store. Prior notification has previously been granted for an agricultural building on the site. However, the building as erected wasn't erected in the position shown on the prior notification. So this application seeks to regularise the on-site situation. Right, so this is a photo on the left-hand side, top, looking down the lane. The next photo on the top right-hand side shows the two agricultural buildings. There are a number of vehicles on the site. The lower image shows the tractor shed with in the blue, and the darker coloured unit with the monopitch roof is the other agricultural building. This is the access to the site. Currently, it's just managed with a Harris fencing that's padlocked when the applicant and his son return to the site and vacate the site. And at the top end of the site, you can see the general buildings that are located at the top. You can also see evidence of the timber logs that have been cut from the orchard land. So basically, the applicant and the son, they tend the orchard, they cut off the dead wood, and they also work locally, providing services to farmers, etc. But there is no justification within the application which identifies that it's essential for them to live on this site to tend the orchard. Obviously, the orchard doesn't require 24/7 attendance and management. So the scheme proposes the retention of 3 buildings, so that's the 2 large buildings and a small shed used in association with the orchard land, of which the application site forms part, together with the stationing of 2 mobile homes for residential use on land as shown. As I mentioned in my presentation, the submission comes forward with insufficient justification to support the provision of residential accommodation in this location, which is deemed an elsewhere location in terms of the settlement hierarchy. In addition to the lack of justification, the scheme fails to satisfy both the sequential and exceptions test in terms of flood risk, noting that it proposes 2 mobile homes to be used as permanent residential accommodation, and such accommodation is classed as highly vulnerable and is not compatible with a flood zone 3 location. Whilst the retention of the 3 buildings on the site for use in connection with the orchard activities is justified and may be supported, it is not possible to part approve an application, and as such the whole scheme must be recommended for refusal. The recommendation is to refuse, therefore, as set out on page 154 of the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks once again, Alison. We have a written representation on this application from Alexandra Patrick. She's, of course, the agent. We've had her before this afternoon, haven't we? Which the member services will again read out. Thank you.
This application is for support of Mr. and Mr. Harrison to continue living on site. The applicants are agricultural workers for local farmers, along with having their own business in agriculture that involves the orchard they live on, utilising the fruit, the branches and logs of the apple trees. The applicants live a simple life with little luxury, so with this application it would be detrimental to show the income of the business on this occasion. The applicant cannot be here today due to the stress and anxiety that this application has on them. Please do not think this of ignorance, their mental health is at stake. The applicant has lived on the site for many years, applying for an agricultural building back in 2007 for their machinery and tools as they continue to work in this domain. The orchards on the land are maintained and utilised for their own business to earn money, supporting the father and son duo. They also work to serve the farming community. There has been support of their activities on the site and proof of their existence in the support letters. They are an asset to the local community. The application has had tremendous amount of support from the local residents and the town council. I implore you to approve this application on the grounds of exceptional circumstances. It is noted that the EA object to this application, but the council have approved mobile homes in and around the area, North Brink and Beavis Lane, to name a few. This has set the precedence for this application. The mobile homes set 500 millimetres above ground level, automatically aiding the flood measures. Accompanying this application was a confidential statement detailing the turmoil the applicants have had to deal with in their farming journey and why they ended up residing on this site, having previously lived in farm worker dwellings. This application may not comply with all legislation, but this application would undoubtedly not cause harm to the rural character of the locality, given the positioning of the mobile homes and current setup. We wish for the condition of only Mr. and Mr. Harrison to reside on site. When the applicant cease to live there, the land will return back wholly to an agricultural orchard. This helps prove that the applicants do not wish for monetary gain, but to continue their simple, humble lives on the land as long as they shall live here. I welcome your support in this application, given the nature of the site and its location along Lord's Lane, where dwellings in this area are sporadic and have mainly agricultural and forestry ties, the same as this one has. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Elaine. Very good. I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. You know what to do. Raise your hand if you've got any. Councillor Davis, then Councillor French.
Yeah, we just heard representation made that 2 other sites are occupied by mobile homes. Are they in flood zone 3, do you know?
Through you, Chairman, without knowing the exact sites that have been quoted, it's very difficult to say. I mean, the only site I can think of on Beavis Lane, where a mobile home has been permitted recently, was a traveller site. And my recollection is that there was detailed modelling provided in respect to the actual flood risk on that site that demonstrated that it actually wasn't at that significant a risk of flooding. Clearly here we've got an objection from the Environment Agency raising concerns about the site could be flooded up to depths of 1.6 metres from a breach, according to their modelling, which is, if it's the Beavis Lane site that I think it is a distinct difference.
Can I ask a second question?
Of course you can.
Do we know how long they've actually lived on site in the existing?
That's a very pertinent question, Councillor Davis. Perhaps David can throw some light on that. Sorry? Or Alison, yeah?
16 years.
16 years.
They owned the site for 16 years, but they haven't actually lived on the site for 16 years. That's been more recently. I'm just trying to find the date in. Because obviously if they'd been living on the site, they would have been able to apply for a certificate of lawfulness. So it's definitely less than 10.
So it's definitely less than the 10. Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
It does. So Councillor French, you're next, then Councillor Sutton, then Councillor Marks.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. Alison is now trying to find one. As we did state in the beginning, we had reps from, we were actually sent a video, and within that it did say the 16 years. But unfortunately the gentleman was quite upset when he recorded the video. So there's a planning application that was agreed in 2007. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
that was a prior notification.
So that was for the shed, but did I hear you say that they weren't built in accordance of their plan?
Prior notification is to agree the principle of a building, and then we comment on whether or not prior approval can be given. They showed it in one location within the orchard, but built it on another location. So within the orchard, but just a different position.
So they've owned it for 16 years, but how long have they actually been living on the land in these caravans?
As I said, I'm just checking.
Sorry.
Okay.
Take Councillor Sutton next, then we can go back to Councillor French, because I'm sure she won't let that one go.
Yeah, I think because Nick or Dave, well, Nick, and I'm sure Alison would know as well, but while she's checking that, I just wondered whether the 10-year rule or the 4-year rule would be for lawful use on this particular.
And of course, have they paid council tax? That would give some indication, wouldn't it?
It's immaterial, it's not material consideration. Come on,
It provides some information on whether they've done it legally or not, doesn't it? And of accept the council tax money.
Through you, Chairman. In terms of, we've got this application before us. We've not got a lawful use proposal.
Right.
So we can't have a meaningful debate about how long they've been on the site or not, because we don't have the.
Yeah, with respect, Nick, I did actually want to know how long, because my next question, once I get the answer, I have another question.
Yeah, but if I can finish, if I may, is we haven't got a bag of evidence that conclusively says how long they've been there and continuously so. So I am rather cautious about trying to enter into that debate and give you an answer.
That Chairman, Nick, wasn't my question. My question was that there are a 4-year rule and a 10-year rule for different, like I don't know whether if it was a dwelling it would be 4 years. If it was a caravan, is it 10? That's what, or some sports things is 10 on one in Doddington, for example.
Through you, Chairman, because you've got a mobile home involved, it's a 10-year rule.
A 10, yeah, well, that's all we need to know. Yeah.
And then if I may come back to something that Councillor French raised in her question, you'll see from the recommendation is that the issue that we have with the proposal isn't the sheds, it's the residential element of the proposal.
Yeah, the reason I was asking that, Nick, through you, Mr. Chairman, was how long have they actually been there and why is it taken, I don't know the years, let's say it was, I don't know, 2010, why is it taking 12 years to come to light, or was it 2021 or? No, that's why I'm asking the question. I mean, if they've been living on site for the last 10, 15 years, or 4 years, or whatever it is, why has it come to light now? Obviously, the agents put an application in, there must be a reason. If they've been living there X amount of years, why all of a sudden an application's been put in? So something sparked that off.
Through you, Chairman, just to draw members' attention actually to paragraph 9.2 in the report. Excuse me. It is noted from the submitted documents that the applicant and his adult son have resided on the site since 2016 and have owned the land for 15 years. So the information that we've got is that they've lived on site for the last sort of 5 years.
Then to the second part of my question, why is it taking 5 years for an application? Something sparked that off, that an application's been submitted.
Through you, Chairman.
An enforcement notice, or?
Well, so there's not been an enforcement notice served. I mean, my understanding is that this has come about through an enforcement sort of situation, that certainly enforcement are aware of this site, shall we say, and consequently the application has come in. In terms of why that's not happened sooner, clearly we don't have the resources to go around every nook and cranny of Fenland, seeing what's been done without planning permission.
Well, you want 100 officers to do that one, wouldn't you? Yeah, I understand. So do you have a date or a year when the enforcement officers first highlighted this?
Through you, Chairman, I don't have access at the moment to the planning enforcement case file, so I can't give you.
I mean, obviously, Elaine did read out, there was personal circumstances which obviously are confidential. I mean, we've had similar cases like this before. Obviously, we're not privy to that, and quite rightly, we shouldn't be privy to that. But it could have a bearing if these gentlemen have lived on there for X amount of years with personal circumstances, and certainly with the agent stating they're suffering with stress and strain. Yeah, we need to comply with the proper policies and everything, but also we need to take into consideration, I know it's not material consideration, but over the years we have taken that in. Now, my other way of thinking, if we were to refuse this application, it would be an enforcement route, and then we're going to put these both gentlemen in that they're homeless. And that is something that really concerns me, especially with, you know, what's happening what has happened over the last 2 years, mental health issues, etc., etc. So I think, you know, we've got to look at this very carefully, and you know, without a sledgehammer, look at it sympathetically.
Indeed, we have Councillor French. Now, Councillor Sutton, did you want to come back, because Councillor Marks is waiting patiently for his say? No, Nick and David confirmed that he. Okay. Yeah, Nick, thanks.
If I may, Chairman, Obviously, if somebody's been residing at a location without the benefit of planning permission, and they have a visit from the council's enforcement team, and they're told that they're occupying the land on an unauthorised basis, and the advice may be given that it's unlikely that planning consent is going to be required for residential use. But if you so wish, you can make an application. Then quite naturally, the person involved or persons involved are going to find that situation quite stressful. And not to undermine that particular circumstance that somebody faces themselves in, I believe, in my view, there is a distinction to be drawn between that as a stressful situation as opposed to somebody having health issues that lie outside of that personal circumstances that have arisen as a consequence of living on a site on an unauthorised basis and being discovered as doing so. So I think there is that distinction to be drawn. And should this application fail, then the applicants have a right of appeal to pursue. And if an enforcement notice were to be served, then again, there's a right of appeal against that as well. And it'll go through due process. Naturally, if we were going to serve an enforcement notice, we would be very aware that of the potential homelessness situation, and we would, as a consequence of that, always give ample time to give to people to be able to find alternative accommodation. That's always the way.
So can I just come back? Mr. Chairman, so if today we were minded to approve this application, could we do it on a temporary basis that they can only live there for, let's say, 2 years, which would give them ample opportunity to find, rather than us make them homeless, to find suitable accommodation?
Through Chairman, my advice would not to do that, and to obviously go with officer recommendation. I'm not just saying that because it's our recommendation, you understand, is that clearly officers, we've heard your personal view, and I'm not sure whether or not it's one that's shared amongst the rest of the committee, but having heard what you've said, we would be mindful of giving that type of period for compliance with any enforcement notice should one be served.
Yeah, I'm just concerned, we know how many people are on the waiting list. We know, people are struggling. It might not be ideal, the caravans that they're living in, but they've got a roof over their head. That's my concern.
Yes, very pertinent points there. But it looks like to me they want to improve their standard of living by putting a better mobile home in there. So by just giving them 2 years, it wouldn't be a viable situation if they've got to give £10,000–12,000 for a good mobile home, would it? They probably wouldn't be able to afford to do that, bearing in mind they've got a small orchard and they're supplementing their income by helping other people. That's quite a lot of money for 2 mobile homes, isn't it? So,
yeah, if I could bring members back to the principles around this development proposal. So it's an open countryside location. So national policy and your adopted local plan policy says, no, you can't have residential development in such a location unless it's associated with agriculture and forestry. So given the very small scale of the agricultural lands, the orchard, you couldn't, and it's not been demonstrated that you could make a living from that. I know that they have sidelines, if I can use that phrase, to supplement their income. But the whole basis of national policy is that the agricultural concern, the apple orchard, has to be a going concern, a viable concern, enough to provide a living for 2 households or at least 1 household, and that case hasn't been proven to us. On top of that, we've got the flood risk situation. So it's quite a clear cut situation.
So may
in
I
terms of
come back
policy.
on that?
Councillor French, you're still able to come back because it's a question to officers, hopefully, before we go into
As I
debate.
said, Elaine did read out, and we're not privy to confidential information. Are these both gentlemen possibly travellers that have not lived in a proper dwelling? I don't know. I'm just asking the questions.
Through you, Chairman, the application is quite clear that the applicant does not fall within the definition of a traveller.
So any more questions, members to officers, before we go into debate? Can't see any. Oh, yeah, Councillor Marks, just
do we know an age of these people? A rough age? I mean, are they in their 30s, 40s, going to be there for 25?
Through you, Chairman, it's not a material planning consideration that we
Oh,
take
well,
into
in
account.
saying that, though, it's length of, you know, if we got going for a length of two years, they're going to be, you know, somewhere else in 2 years or whatever.
it's not a material planning consideration, but it's a point well made, you know. So still, right now we're finished with officers now, we're going to go in debate. Who wants to kick the debate off? It's a very difficult debate. Take Councillor Scolding first and Councillor Sutton.
I can see why they want to be there, because they've got their chainsaws, tractors, like you said, and like a local lad in March, he had all his chainsaws taken, and it nearly crippled him, you know, in his business. So I can understand they want to be on site where all their equipment is. So I'm leaning towards saying going against officers' recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Scolding. Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think it is quite a difficult thing because it's wearing your heart on your sleeve type of thing. You know, those of us that watched the video presentation was given, you know, would be heartless not to be sort of moved by it because you know, he was very passionate about it. But there are some anomalies in what we're being told. You know, it says somewhere in the either in the document or online that they didn't understand that they had to have planning permission. Well, that is sort of contradicted by the Ag1 application in 2007. If they didn't understand that they had to have planning permission, why then did they have planning permission back in 2007? The two just don't weigh up, do they? If I was voting with my heart, I would vote against officer's recommendation every day of the week. But my head tells me that we're not being told the whole truth. You know, they live a simple life, and I'm sure they do. You know, that's their words, not mine. But we're just seen on the photo, and we know no evidence of who it belongs to. But you know, a Merc car sitting in the car park and a, you know, 4x4. Well, that doesn't quite weigh off either, does it? You know, if you live a simple life, you probably run around on a bicycle. But you know, that's probably an unfair because I don't know the ownership. But anything where you know your heart tells you one thing and your head tells you the other is difficult for any member or any officer to take, and it's acknowledged in the report that the officer, you know, does have sympathy and empathy for the position they're in. I don't think I could support going against officer's recommendation unless it was for a limited time and limited to those applicants. If we can't come to that assessment and agreement, then I'm going to have to vote with officer's recommendation.
Nick, you just.
Yeah, if I may sort of respond to the the temporary consent, you've got to ask yourselves as a committee is, well, what's the objective around only granting a temporary consent in a agricultural dwelling context? Normally, you would only allow a temporary consent in order for it to be demonstrated that the agricultural enterprise has got sort of viability legs to it. So if I can sort of scroll back a little bit, is that the normal way of doing these things is an application is made for a temporary dwelling on a site. You put in your business case to demonstrate that you know, it has been in operation for 1 year, and this is what we, the profit and loss. This is what our business plan is for the next 3 to 5 years, and it's on the basis of that evidence you go, oh, it's kind of looks like it is a viable going concern, but then at the end of the temporary consent period, you would then see what has the performance been over the last 3 to 5 years in reality, and then you make a decision over whether or not to grant a permanent consent. But in this one, would be provided with no financial information about whether or not the business is a going concern. And I have to say, given the very limited size of the site and the nature of the crop involved, I just can't see how it ever could be a going concern. Thank you, Chair.
I'd just like to remind members before we carry on with this, we're still in debate. I've let Nick come in there because it is a heart-rendering, head situation. I just want Nick to clarify that situation. So now we're. Could I just
ask another question? I know we're in debates, but it's a question.
Indeed.
Is it possible to defer this application for further information? I know Elaine did read out, and I didn't catch everything she said, but I believe there was an element in there that financial information was not available or couldn't be supplied. I'm not quite sure what whereas it's just clutching at straws.
Councillor French, we're clutching at straws, but I'll do my little summing up as I do. But Councillor Sutton, then Councillor Davies.
I absolutely agree with Nick regarding the proof of need. There is no way on earth they could ever prove that they need one dwelling on there, that alone two. It just isn't. It just isn't, and couldn't supply them with a living. Just one thought I've just had was that if we do go along with officer's recommendation, is it within our gift, and I'm sure officers will answer when it comes to the time, is it within our gift to say we appreciate that the applicants need time to get further dwellings, and we could put a time limit on the enforcement, say 2 years or something like that.
I think it's been intimated by David that for a little way down the line now, that enforcement wouldn't, if we turn this down today, enforcement wouldn't be until next week. He intimated to me that probably a couple of years. Take that long, it wouldn't be boot stamping on the door tomorrow.
It could well be, Mr. Chairman, but I know I will put a but there. I wouldn't want this to be expedited so that many years ago we went down in enforcement with another gentleman who actually built a house, and Fenland District Council enforcement went down and burnt it to the ground.
It actually did. I do remember that well. But we can, Councillor Davies, listen, I'm just thinking out loud here. Councillor Davies, perhaps you can throw some light on this.
I just think we're losing the plot a little bit. The point is that this is flood zone 3, and we are talking about trying to give. I get the impression that some are trying to say to go against officer's recommendation and put 2 mobile homes on a flood zone 3 site, which is against all, it's against the national policy, it's against our local plan. I don't see how we can even consider it.
I said, could it be temporary until we find themselves something else?
But how temporary is it going to be? Because, yeah, but they're not going to pay out for better quality caravans to put them on there for a temporary decision, are they? I wouldn't.
I did
In your right
intimate.
mind, you wouldn't.
No, give them time to find another site or a house.
Yeah. Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, the application says part of it is retrospective. Well, which part of it? Is there already a mobile home there? Yeah.
The retrospective element are the agricultural buildings, well, the 3 agricultural buildings, which include a shed in the middle of the 2 that we saw on the photo, some hard standing. There are 2 caravans on the site, well, 3 caravans on the site at the moment. 2 of them are lived in, because each gentleman has their own living accommodation, and one's used for storage. But having seen them, they're not in the best state of repair. So it's their intention to site 2 mobiles on the site to replace those. Thank you.
So we're still in debate.
Asked by Councillor French, if I may.
Yeah.
If I may.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, so I've just checked with the case officer and it's been confirmed that no health report was submitted with this planning application.
Okay.
So I think that sort of seems to suggest that the current stress being endured by the applicant currently is in relation to the fact that they're not sure whether or not they're going to get planning consent as opposed to any other long-term pre-existing conditions, Chairman.
Councillor Murphy. Thank you for clarifying that.
I've sat here and I've listened to it all, but I'm afraid I'm going to say something probably most of you won't like. I haven't got no heart, no. And I think this type of thing, it's happened before, it's happened years before when we've done this, and it comes back to bite us. And I think the officers have got this totally right, and it should be refused.
And I'm sure on that comment, you've got no heart, Councillor Murphy. I'm sure Mrs. Murphy would disagree entirely.
No, she wouldn't, she'd agree.
Oh, goodness. So, right, I'm looking for a proposal now. We'll do Councillor Miss Canlon and we'll do Councillor Murphy, because we've not had those, have we?
I propose we go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application.
Okay, so that's Councillor Miss Canlon. I suppose I've got a seconder by Councillor Murphy. So we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application by councillors. We'll go show of hands on that. Thanks. All those to refuse it. Those against? Just one. So the application has been refused. Thank you very much. So right, so okay, that's fine. It is indeed. No, that's quite all right. And thank you very much for your input, Councillor Mayor. You're going to go as well, Councillor Marks. Lovely. Thank you very much for coming. Sorry. Yeah, we've still got enough. Yeah, we've still got enough. We're still core. Yeah. No worries. Thank you. It's been 4 hours, hasn't it? So that's more. No, Councillor Sutton sticks to the end. We're all right, we're quorum, we're definitely quorum. Right, we'll let Councillor Marks pack up his stuff and then we'll crack on. That's not. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, bye. So without further ado, we'll hand over to Alison to present application F/YR 210580/0, agenda number 5. Thank you.
This application is an outline application with all matters reserved for the erection of up to 18 dwellings involving the demolition of existing buildings at G&J Ping Limited, 63 Coates Road, East Street. The application is before committee as the Town Council comments are contrary to the officer recommendation. The current slide details the application site boundary and the existing transport depot building set into the site. The site sits between residential dwellings which are linear in delivery with open land to the rear boundaries. Also abutting the site to the rear is the scheduled monument ring ditch and settlement site north of East Street. An indicative site layout drawing accompanies the proposal. This details a single access point with dwellings to each side with further at depth development shown. The scheme also makes provision in line with the pre-application advice from Historic England that a landscape buffer is provided adjacent to the scheduled monument. The photographs on display show the access to the site with the photos now on display capturing various features both within and external to the site. These photographs show looking out to the boundaries of the site and a view south towards the access which is to be closed. This outline planning application seeks to redevelop a brownfield site within the settlement of East Street. Whilst policy LP6 directs that the development within East Street will normally be limited to infill, this must be balanced against the aims of para 120 of the NPPF, which clearly identifies the substantial weight should be given to the value of using suitable brownfield land within settlements for homes. There are no technical objections to the delivery of the quantum of development specified within the proposal, subject to safeguarding conditions as recommended by the relevant stakeholders. Accordingly, a favourable recommendation is forthcoming in respect of the proposed outline planning application, and that's set out on pages 34 to 39 of the agenda. Thank you, members.
Yeah, thanks once again, Alison. We've no speakers on this application, so I therefore like invite members to put questions to officers. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. So questions to officers. No, can't see anybody. It's certainly a lot easier than it was before and to see anybody, isn't it? So no, so with that, then no questions to officers. Well, now, thank you. I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I did visit the site. I would think that the residents around there would much prefer to have dwellings in there than these lorries tripping up and down, and I fully support the application.
Golding and Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I agree. I think the officers have got this one right, and I'm happy with this.
Councillor Murphy.
Just to say, I totally agree.
Somebody take his temperature.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I as Councillor Mayor said in an earlier application, we always have a look at what the town and parish council say, and I note that the town council recommend refusal based on LP3, but I think, you know, whilst we take note of that, the preference for brownfield sites seems to have been lost, you know, at town council level. Why wouldn't you want to take lorries turning in and out of that junction and replace with a few cars? I'm not really sure. I'm not criticising the town council, but these are my views. So yeah, basically, I can't really see anything drastically wrong with it. As I say, brownfield, it should be supported in preference to greenfield. So given that we haven't got that much brownfield in Fenland, I'll support the application.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Anybody else to add to it before we bring officers into it? It's been a long afternoon. Thank you very much. Anything to add?
Thank you, Chairman.
Lovely. So we're moving on quickly then. So we're just looking for a proposal. Councillor French.
Move the recommendations.
Proposed by Councillor French, seconded by, we'll go Councillor Murphy this time. Councillor Spalding's had one go. We like to be fair. We like to be fair to everybody on this committee. Minutes signed from the confidential report. I think that brings this planning meeting to a conclusion at 5:10.
Could I just ask a question on that, Mr. Chairman, please? Being as everything's now getting really back to normal, are we ever going to get back to site visits properly with everybody talking about it and knowing where to go, where to see it, what happens there? You know, everybody's gone there and they say it's there, it should be there, it should be there. They don't really know the position. It's a lot better when you go by bus. Everybody goes there and sees it at the same time.
Should we wait for the live stream to end?
Can before we debate that, can we nip off the live stream, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then I can probably answer that, or answer it to the best of my ability.
She's got a train to catch.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much.